Started as a simple idea. Produce 1 million liters of oil in a single calendar year. No shortcuts, no handouts, just me, a line of credit, and a stretch of land here in Ray County, Missouri. The rules are simple. I've got 10 years to build an operation capable of doing the impossible. The first few months, I can't plant, I can't build. I can only take contracts. How well I do determines everything. My budget, my line of credit, and how far this dream can go. To hit the goal, I'll need 18 oil factories and more than 2 million liters of crops. Canola, sunflower, or even rice, we'll see. But there's a catch. If my net worth ever drops below zero, it's over. The bank freezes me out and I am forced to sell to stay alive. So here in Ray County, it's not just about farming anymore. It's about building an empire 1 liter at a time. This is the 1 million liter oil challenge. Welcome to another new series on the channel. It's the oil challenge. We're gonna have to make and produce 1 million liters of oil in a single calendar year. We are setting 10 years, but this is one of those challenges where it might take longer. We're gonna move through this one a little bit slower than we did the chicken challenge. Each video will be a little bit shorter and the amount of time in game we get through will probably be a little bit less. We're gonna chill a little bit more on this series. We are in Ray County, Missouri. No Creeks Farm made this map a while ago and I've been itching to get to it. Finally found something that I think would be really good for it. So some of the guidelines we did talk about in the intro, but we are going to have from August to December to do contracts and really maximize what our income is. You can see we have $0 right now. Jumping into my line of credit mod, we can see if we apply for credit, nothing happens. We come out here and we should get a little bit of a message, but I think stuff is delayed. There it is. There it is, unable to apply for credit. So we do have $0. We got to make some money to be able to do that. And so the idea with this series is this line of credit is going to be available to us, but in the default mode. So as we earn money, we'll be able to then build equity or build enough collateral for the bank to give us the line of credit. So the idea is we got to make as much money as possible the rest of this calendar year to get us a good jump start. This is going to be a huge effort here. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to go. Let's take a look at contracts though. This is the way we are going to start. And well, right now, not a lot to do. If we look at the map here, beautiful map, actual real life location, we can see nothing's ready to harvest. There's a little field here, a little field there, but they're not showing up in the contracts. So we're going to have to, settle for what's available to us. And I think we're gonna start with some dead wood. And if I remember right, I don't even have, how are we gonna do this? So borrowing is gonna cost us money. So we're gonna get about 700 from this one. If we tried to do the wood transportation, we'll lose 200. Yeah, and then we do have the better contracts going. So from what I understand, if we do work in field 39, we can start getting a discount to buying 39. So those are things we're going to think about. Fertilizer's out of the question right now because we can't afford to buy fertilizer. I say we go with this. We'll borrow an item. It's going to be a grind. Let's see where we're going. We don't know this map very well, actually. Not too shabby. Okay, so we're going to come out here and we're going to want to go south, I believe. Let's take a look at the map again. We're gonna head north to get to the main highway. And then we will get there. So just gonna be careful here. Not 100% sure where we're going. So we're gonna do the map big. So I turn this way. We'll get to know this map pretty quick. Yep, that seems good. So now we come up here. There should be a intersection. Oh, maybe I'm looking at the railroad. How do we get down there? Oh, we just follow this around. We loops around. And one of the limitations I do want to put on myself here is going to be a one contract at a time. So we can't just borrow a bunch of equipment, have a ton of workers out there doing a ton of contracts. It's got to be one at a time. We can use workers when it makes sense. But that's, that's going to be the limitation. Just so we can't get like 3 cultivating contracts and bust those out, though. We probably won't even see those this time of year. Or maybe weeding or something like that. What a gorgeous map, though. Kind of getting my live view of it the first time around. I think we keep following this road, and it's going to take us back to the location on the map we need to be. All right, I'll see you there. Okay, I feel like we somewhat see the end of the map. We're going to want to turn this direction. I don't see these logs. Okay, we're driving through the forest now. Is there just gonna be, oh, just like a creek here. Going right towards the icon now. Don't tell me this isn't gonna work on this map. Should have tested this, Chris. All right, we're on foot. Let's see if we can find the logs. Oh, look at this. This is awesome. Okay, so now we're kind of stuck here. Yep, that's unfortunate. Gotta really figure out how to drive successfully around here. No one said it was gonna be easy, guys. Even with super strength, it's not easy to get this truck where we need it to be. Let's get the settings. Pause. Crop destructions will be on, PR plowing off, field stones will be off, weeds will be on, disasters will be enabled, and automatic start, do not want that on. And trailer fill limit, I'm kind of tempted to play that way eventually, but we really haven't done that yet. All right, so this, not excited about this. All right, so we are in the forks, or the log grapple now. And let's see if we can figure this out. It's been a long time. And we need to do this. No, we're still driving? Is there another view? Like, what is this view? Oh, this is it right here. Okay, this is what we want. We want to rotate it, and then... Oh, nope. We want to go down. Okay, but we weren't low enough. Oh, boy. Oh, I guess I could see why we could still drive. Let's lift that up, rotate it over, lower it down. Now try to close it. Oh, man. Okay, now we rotate. Nope. Rotate this way. And lift it a little bit more. Gosh. I am struggling. We always knew that was going to be the case. This should be interesting to edit. And my goodness, dude, how big is this trade you made? All right, it does have an end to it. Okay. That's awesome. I love it. Okay, so we have kind of a messy first load here. I want to see what the percentage is going to be on this, because this is going to take all day. It's not like we have other contracts in August, but I might take some liberties because this isn't fun. I wanted to have fun. All right, apparently this is the location to drop them off. And where would that be? I don't believe this is it. What is this icon? Train? All right, let's unstrap these. I don't know if this is going to be the right spot, but we're going to try. Nothing happening when I click here. Sell wood. Sell wood. Let's, we're just testing this out to see if we're going to abandon this or not. Okay, why? Why did that? Is it over here or something? Is it way back here? We got one to sell. I don't see... Oh, it is over there. Okay. So it needs to be on that side. And we got it. So that was 36%. I'm gonna bust this out real quick. We'll get to some farming. Not my favorite, guys. I'm gonna give myself a little bit of grace there. I think if it was on flat ground, I would have had the patience to do it, but that was a little too much for a beginner on wood transportation. I don't know why. It is my kryptonite. Alrighty. let's finish our first contract and hop over here and hit R. Is this going to be enough? It was. Wood transportation done. Let's turn that in. A little cheesy to start, guys, but it is what it is. Let's collect that $4,800. And let's look at what else we have in those contracts now. Fertilizer, spraying. We do have some weeding. We got to do this. We got to do it. These are the ones that we were looking for. And it says that is a bug. It is not 96 or 94% done. I can't believe that bug isn't fixed yet. That's impressive. Pretty cool equipment here for our first weeding contract. Now, if that one was there before and I missed it, I'm a doofus, but I don't think it was. So it looks like we're going to come out here. We're going to take a right out of the dealership. Easy for me to say. Just trying to get out of the dealership I'm struggling with. So yeah, we'll take a right here. And then we'll try to find a nice little side road that takes us to the field. I'll see you there. Now, we can only have one at a time, but I am eyeing this other one that we might do. Yeah, one at a time. Actually, just thinking through the rules I'm setting up. One at a time is definitely going to limit us from being able to utilize equipment on multiple fields for the same type of contract. And I think that's a good thing because on a map like this, contracts can really make you a ton of money. So field 36 is a good size field. We're going to need good size fields long term. The better contracts mod I haven't used before. I've seen other people use it to get the discounts on buying fields. We'll learn how that works. We'll figure it all out. Too far away from the segment. There we go. Let's get it lowered. We do know that there's somewhat, oops, no, now it's lowered, an issue with precision farming and weeding contracts, but we do need to do 100%. It's just, I believe it's a UI bug here, showing 94% when it's not. So we will try our best to keep track of where we've been on this field. Oh boy, that's a pretty sweet design. I love these organic fields. These got to be realistic too. Real place in the real world. So spending a little bit of time here to talk a little bit more about the rules now that we're kind of deep into the contract things. 1 million liters of oil in the same calendar year. So when I did the calculations, and we will double check as we go, that is going to be 18 separate oil productions is what we're going to need. That's gonna, they're $240,000 each, so that's going to be over $4 million just in oil productions. And obviously we can do that over time. Like, we don't have to buy them all at once. We can slowly get, you know, a few every year. But that's why the starting the beginning here, these first few months of doing contracts and really maximizing how much money we make is going to be important, because for the way that line of credit mod works, if we get this up to, let's use a round number. We get up to $100,000 in our bank account by January 1st. When we take the line of credit out, the max we should be able to get then is going to be 80,000. So it's like an 80% collateral there based on, you know, the goods that we have and the money that we have. So the higher we get, the more the line of credit will be. So we, you know, then finishing that thought is that gives us $180,000 to start with. So I did add a few things to help us out. If we look at the used vehicle section here, there's a ton in here. So there is a mod that adds used vehicles at random prices and discounts. So we'll be checking this frequently for good deals and seeing if there's things that we can purchase and then to help us out. And then also, I have no idea. Guys. This might be too hard. 10 years might be not enough time for this. And this is kind of one of those that we'll say we failed if we hit year 11 and we haven't done it, but I want to keep going, and I want this to kind of be a slower playthrough than the chicken challenge was. Kind of the main thing I'm going to do on the channel for a while. And we'll see how quick we move through it. The early years, we might move a lot faster because there won't be as much to do. But once there's more things to do on the farm, we'll definitely be passing time less frequently than we did in the chicken challenge. No way we're doing 2 years per video. That was a little bit too much. Lesson learned. It was awesome to get through that one super fast, but not necessarily the best for me. So I digress. Let's get this done. Get on to the next one. Okay, contract is done. After today's episode, I want to hear from you guys. I think turning off precision farming on this map is what we're going to have to do. But let's see what else we got contract wise. Let's keep rolling. This is super important. So we could do spraying, 26 acres, cost of materials, it's saying about 3,700. We could do this other weeding. I think we're going to skip some time because I don't feel like doing weeding or spraying or fertilizer is going to really be beneficial to us because of the way that is. But let's get through this. We'll, yeah, we don't have anywhere to live right now, so we'll just 360 minutes a time or whatever this is. I'll see you guys in September and we'll take a look at contracts. And got a little aggressive there. We need to let the map update. And yeah, the soybean's looking good here. Growing nice in Walter's Field. Was that Walter's Field we did that contract for? Maybe. And now we come over here. I don't see the discount, so I don't know that part is actually working. That's unfortunate. All right, contract time. Not looking good. Let's see if we can get a few more to show up here. We do have a plowing contract. We got to do it. We don't like plowing, but we got to do it. Nice fence here. So this is a good time to kind of take a look at the line of credit mod and show you what we mean. So right now, let's do a combo here. Our net worth. Oh boy, we need to write this down right now, because I need to. This is the issue with the net worth mod. I might have to do some debugging. This is why I haven't released it to you guys yet. So some of the buildings it's seeing and vehicles it's seeing as ours. So what do we have in stock? Nothing. So yeah, this is a good opportunity for me to test things, but I'm going to write this number down. Taking a look at the line of credit. If we apply for a line of credit right now, the max we could get is 27,000. So as our dollar amount starts to increase, we will definitely see the max amount we can take out increase. So that's what we're looking for here. Make as much money as possible so that we can get as much of a head start as possible in January, when we do finally get the ability to unlock that line of credit based off of the rules we've set up. And where are we headed here? Not too far, just straight south. It's a nice rectangularly shaped field. Shouldn't be too hard to get that plowed. Wow, that was quite the route here. And yep, this is gonna be a struggle. I believe, I guess we just start locking in place. I am gotta be the worst when it comes to this. Lock into place. I guess we're good here. And I guess if we do this right, we don't even need to do the headlands. We just do ups and downs. And we could rotate, but I think this is how we'd want to do it right now. And then we would rotate when we turn around. All right, I'll see you guys on the other side. We are going to use speed override in this series. And I always limit myself to what the kilometer number would be. So we'll lock that in at 12. And that'll be the limitation for speed override, but I do want to get things done a little bit quicker than default speed just because that's how I like to play. I'll see you on the other side. 98 complete. We are just about done with this contract. Not even 11 o'clock yet. I think we'll have to turn around just for a little bit and do some plowing the other direction, and then we'll hit that 100%. Oh, we did it right there. Perfect. Let's turn it in. And that's another contract complete, bringing our total up to $42,000. Let's sort this by net profit. Spraying, fertilizing, spraying, fertilizing. All right, I think... yeah, that's all we're going to be able to do this month, unless let's hit new a couple times, see if anything pops up here. Let's group them by type. Another plowing. Yeah, I think let's skip some time here. And in the morning here, let's take a look, see if not as many things to sell. So it started out hot, now there's less. I mean, this would be kind of sweet to start with, but we don't have 75,000, and then we'd probably be limited to what we can do on it. So nothing super exciting there. There we go. There's our profitable ones. I want net profit to be the highest. We're going to harvest some soybeans. Let's borrow these items. Field 32 again. Before we do this, let's go ahead and save. And I'm going to disable precision farming. I thought it was field 32. Field 32 must be another one that we could grab if we finish this in time. But we'll head on out to field 5, get this harvest started. And this is going to be our first real big money contract. The weeding one is pretty good too, but come here, 32,000. Looks like we have to deliver 54,000 liters. And then after that, we'll make profit off of it. Pretty slick. Keeping an eye on these fields and seeing if any of them look like ones that we might want to buy. And one of the... we're gonna have to shut off traffic. Just not gonna be able to maneuver around this map with traffic, especially with just one way like that. We might turn it on later, but rough. But there's our field. Let's find a good entry to the field so we can get this harvest started. Looks like it is right here. So we will go ahead and leave the trailer there on the road. Traffic's off, so it shouldn't affect anything. We will have to probably maneuver around it when we get the semi over here. Unfill the harvester, unload it, and away we go. Start taking care of these headlands. And I do believe that you can drop straw for soybeans on this. Not that it'll matter here doing a contract. We don't have a way to bale it up. Yes, it does. So it allows you to. So we could, once we get money and have a baler, if we do these contracts, we could make extra money off of the straw. I think that's part of the better contracts mod that allows us to do that. And we're going to go ahead and see what speed override is. 10. We are going to go 8, though. We'll go 9. That seems to be the speed I like to do. 8 miles an hour is what we'll do. It feels good to me. Let's get busy. All right, one time around the headland, and we're at 72% full, so not the best yield. Pretty big size field, but also a good size hopper in this harvester. So we'll start doing some ups and downs here. Not really sure the best course of action here, but we will figure it out on this field. It's definitely the first one we've been in that I'll be eyeing for one of ours. I always end up with these fields on the end of the map. Let's see how much this one's worth. See if this is realistic at first. 310, probably not. But if we did start over here, we could get a 71,000 with farm field number 4, which might not be bad to aim towards. Attacking this corner of the map might be a good opportunity for us. So we get a little bit farther into this. I'll go get the semi and the trailer, start unloading it. But I have a feeling we'll be able to do a couple ups and downs here before we're full. Well, maybe not. We're almost full now. I do want to kind of weave around this way. We'll probably stop right here, but I'm going to finish this back side of the field first. Let's go ahead and lift and shut off the header. And that should be enough room. Oh, not a bad sized trailer we're working with here. All right, just heading up the field where we opened it up at. And yeah, this is a good sized field. Did it say the 37 acres? So we are doing a pretty large harvest. I don't know if we'll get a second one in October. And let's see how this does to the capacity of the trailer. Front bay is full. The middle is almost full. Okay, not bad. So we should be able to get one more load here. Yeah, like I said, we're gonna finish this back side of the field here first, and then we'll start heading back down to the bulk of the field behind us. Should be a pretty good approach. Let's get her done. And heading back down the field, probably finish up this right side here pretty quick too. And starting this other pass here, and we should fill up on it. You can see what we have left to do. It says 51% done. I do believe it. Seems like we are about halfway there. So this should be a pretty good one. We're making good time. I'm hoping we can get one more harvest in. We'll definitely be able to get one more. It's just how big of a harvest we'll be able to pick based on how much time's left in October. But this should be pretty promising. This is gonna most likely, I don't remember the amount, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna double our balance here. Pretty nice. So we'll get this filled up, and then I probably will spend a little bit of money on a worker just while I'm going back and forth to sell the soybeans. And I think that'll be a way to do it. I don't want to burn too much cash on that. I think that's the wise call. So let's go ahead and get this to 100%. Go ahead and get the pipe prepped here. And then we'll get the semi over here, get it dropped off for our first selling event here. And that'll give us a good indicator of how much left on the next trip to sell we're gonna need. Hopefully flipping off precision farming didn't mess up this contract. I was a little bit halfway through here, started to think about that, but the yield seems to be good enough for the numbers. I believe we need 52,000 liters is what the better contracts was telling us. Oh, there's more capacity in there than I thought. That's not bad. That's pretty awesome. So this might not get all the way full, but I think it might make sense either way to sell it right now. Hopefully this is the right spot. No, it's not. Why is it circled then? Pit 2, is this the right spot? Okay, there we go. Well, that was scary, but now we know we got to pull forward to pit 2. That was 27%. Interesting decision here, having two sales locations in the same spot. Now we're at 44%. And hopefully we didn't sell too much there. We did stop it pretty quick, but that's going to get us at 68% transported. So absolutely going to be successful on this contract and make some extra cash. Let's get back, get it done. Try to keep making good time here. And we're back at it. Shouldn't be too much longer before we get this field finished. Stay focused, get her done. You know, being that this is a contract, we probably shouldn't be leaving little bits out there. We need to really maximize our money right now. So we're gonna swing through, grab this little spot here, and then this little spot that we missed as well. Go ahead and raise that and drive a little bit quicker to get back over there, but I think let's finish this back area so we don't have to come back here. We're getting close to the end of this harvest. Looks like there's a little speck we're gonna miss. which we'll get. But yeah, we're gonna fill this back up. We'll get the semi over here. Is it gonna get it all? It is. Nice. And then we will finish the harvest. Definitely, like I said, it's only gonna be 2 selling events for this, which isn't bad. I don't think we will quite fit everything in here, but we'll give it a shot. Not bad. That's good. That is a good problem. All right, let's get the semi over here. Now you can see this little area back here, back corner, is what we'll have to finish harvesting. Nice. We might get done by 1, which would be ideal. Gives us a lot of time left in the day. All right, let's get her unloaded. Back at it to finish the harvest. 94% done. Love it. All right, we are done with the harvest. Another 1,800 liters. I think I'm just going to cruise on over to the semi to unload it. We got to go that way with the semi anyways. Looks like we will have 21,500 more liters to sell here. And let's make sure we pull far enough forward. And got our second icon to pop up. Here we go. And hopefully this goes up to 100% real fast for us. There it is. All right, money's coming in. Everything in this second bay is going to be ours. Bring that dollar amount up. Hit 50. Come on, hit 50. 48,000. We'll take it. We will take it. Let's turn in this contract. Marked as complete. We have a corn contract that we're starting with right now on field number 32. The goal of today's episode is going to be getting through December to find out what the collateral is that we're going to have to be able to purchase our own land and take out a line of credit to help with that. Making our way over to the field right now. We do have a worker taking care of it for us, and we got some things to show you. We figured out better contracts. I'll show you in just a second once we get to the field. The deer blinds are always the nice touch here on these maps. Take a look at that. That's pretty cool. Right into this area here. Looks like a good spot to hang out and hunt. And I think we take our sharp right here and we'll get, whoa, lots of trees. There's our header trailer, so that means our field's right in front of us. Let's go ahead and open this up. I think they're gonna be, yeah, they're 43% full so far. I don't see, okay, here's where they started. So we'll try to catch up to them and start unloading them. Pretty decent sized field here. This is one of Walter's fields, and we'll start talking about that here in a moment, but we're definitely gonna keep targeting Walter because we did 2 of his contracts last episode, and I think I'm not going to be able to sneak next to them, am I? No, it's going to cause the pipe to hit. All right, that'll be tough. We'll have to manually do that. Let's take a look. So if we look at field 13, we do see a 10% discount right now with Walter. Let's go into contracts, and we can see right here it shows 2 jobs completed. On Noah, we did 1 job, so we'll have a 5% discount, and I believe it maxes out at 50. Once we buy a field, it should reset. So taking a look here right now, we do have about a $26,000 discount on field 32, but if we find another one of Walter's fields, like a smaller one, which is what we'll probably be targeting first, you know, it's only 3,100 off, but it does make it about a $28,000 field here on field 40. So how did I get this activated? Let's go into settings. Better Contract says its own section here in the settings, and we did activate it. I left everything as default, except for concurrent active contracts I set to 1. So just going with the default settings here, you can bust this up and, you know, make a bunch of money per contract, 14% or a bunch of percentages. We're going to stay at 5. And then number of discount affected jobs is 5. So we'll learn how that works. That tells me our max is going to be 25%, but we will figure that out as we go. Right now, the line of credit available to us is going to be 62,000. So we're trying to get that dollar amount increased today. And yeah, so I'm excited about that. We'll probably get moving through these contracts pretty quick in this video and not show a ton of the details, but I'll definitely show them as we go. And the time's supposed to be going, we're a cheater. So it is 1 o'clock right now. Let's actually run that. We're going to get it to like 1:40. And then go to regular time because I didn't have it running. Make that a little bit of a discipline action there. All right, I'm gonna get busy, get this field done, and we'll see how many contracts in October we can do before we head to November. So what would be nice is if we could get 2 of these farm owners to have a good discount. So looks like Deadwood doesn't count towards it, which is good because that would be kind of cheaty, but there is this small cultivating one with Walter that we might grab later. if we don't feel confident being able to get to this harvest on field number 49 here. So I'll check in with you in a little bit, let you know how things are going. Oh, and the turkeys are pretty cool. Have we looked at those yet? Let's get a closer view. Yeah, it's that time of year too. That's sweet. Well, just getting back and forth to here is going to be pretty time consuming, so I'm not sure if we're going to get another one done after this one today. Let's see if the dollar amount goes up. All right, nope, stop. All right, let's back up. It looks like we are in pit 1 this time. So let's try to learn that real quick. So the contract we have that is active is wanting to be dropped off at the co-op grain, which if we go to the map and we zoom in, co-op grain, and then, so it doesn't necessarily, I don't see anything to indicate which one's which. So we'll see on the next one. Let's see if this one is working correctly. Okay, so we made a little bit of cash, but not too much to mess up the contract, I don't believe. So the worker, let's check on them. They are not being helpful. So let's go ahead and stop them. That's unfortunate. Like I said, it's gonna be a little bit of a rough one because of the proximity. There's no way through the trees. So if we look at the map, let's make it big. We gotta go all the way up around here and around back to there. I could not find a cut through. Was tempted to make one myself, but I don't think that's the best course of action. So I wanna kind of see if we do this. Let's hit H and let's see if we can say go to, I don't know if it's gonna work on this, but we're gonna go to like right here and see if that actually works. Yeah, target unreachable, I thought so. So we're gonna try. This is gonna go into the night, I imagine, unfortunately. Things I'm gonna have to start looking at when we do contracts, but this one's just a little rough. I just could not find a way through the trees, unless that's one right there. We'll try one shot at it. Lazy man prevails, maybe. All right, what are we hitting here? Tree right there. We move to the right. Can we sneak through? Aha, okay, that might do it. All right, let's get back to the harvest though, since the worker was confused. I think once we get the headlands done, we'll probably be able to get them to do the ups and downs successfully. I tried to hand them over here with no luck. So let's go ahead and switch this back. Get it all going here, lock into place. All right, we're back at it. Finishing this second headland. We should be able to get the full second headland done and start on the ups and downs before we have to go back. We are 22% done. I did not catch the transport number, so we'll see that next time. But that wasn't a full load, it was just 75% that I was trying to just get out of the way. But see you in a little bit. We have arrived to find out what we're gonna make off this contract. It's dark. I was trying to get this done by 8 o'clock, so we did pretty good here. Might be able to grab that cultivating contract in the dark. But let's see, hopefully by the time we get to that middle, we hit 100%. We're at 98% now. This one's gonna stop. It's gonna tell us 90% transported. Okay, so that's positive. This one in the middle's going in now. Not a full load on this last trailer. Got close, 93%. So this has got to put us over. Otherwise, we messed up somehow and left some corn on the ground. Oh, there we go. We got a 15% discount on future purchases from Walter now. And making a decent amount of cash right here. All right, let's get into the menu and let's go ahead and collect that. Our balance is at 112,000. That is sweet. So now let's go back here and let's sort by person. Let's go to Walter. Cultivating is still there. Let's go ahead and borrow. We'll try to get this done. Did I not borrow? Did I not borrow items? That's not good. I swear I hit borrow. Now, what happens if I canceled that contract with Walter? Does that decrease my percentage off? It does not. All right, let's see. I don't think we can get that one done in time. So I don't know what happened there. So let's make it morning. Well, we're gonna just at least make it the next day. And sorting by profitability per minute, like this harvesting one, then Walter has one that is 7,100, 18,000 here. I think we'll go with this one. We'll go borrow items, and that worked that time. Okay. Oh, I forgot I had the sales location moved to help me out. Well, that's not gonna help here. All right, it's hard to show you guys stuff at night, so we will get cracking on this. And if we get daylight before, like, is that, okay, I was like, that is not our best lights, but there we go. Did that grab enough? Magic fixed it, perfect. All right, let's see, where are we headed? Oh, not too far away from here. big distance to sell stuff, so this one might take us a little bit more time. But for that sake, I might do this entire harvest with a worker so that I can just run the cart. How do we get out of here? All right, this is gonna be challenging at night. I'll see you guys in a little bit. At least the header size is huge here. We finally got over here, and I'm just gonna have a worker completely do this, and we're gonna have to run to the store, or the delivery spot. And it is pretty much as far as we can get. And I'm gonna have to figure out what the right routes are, because I don't understand the field access here. It's a little confusing. Like the main road is over here. It looks like there should be a little cut across. Like this is the dealership. So I think there's an entrance right here. Can we see this on the map? I think this is access here, access there, but maybe we come across this field and we'll just go all the way up to here. Yeah, I think that'll work. Pretty rough. Kind of hoping they're gonna get around the whole headland, but I don't think they're gonna. And I don't know if we can squeeze next to them to unload them with how close the trees are. So we'll have to help the AI, doing it regular AI, not courseplay here. The courseplay might have been a better choice. Let's see if we can sneak right here right now. Yeah, big header. Had a feeling. We gonna hit this tree? We did. Gosh dang. All right, that's gonna be a rough one. It's gonna be a rough one. We'll get by though. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Probably when it's daylight. Nighttime harvests on this map might be hard to do. We do have the worker still going. Let's see if we can get our flashlight out here. I think we're gonna let the worker finish, and then I'm gonna have to come around and go at different angles. There's lots of hills here, so a flexible header is probably gonna be required when we start getting to that point for us. You can see they just went on a normal pass here, and all of that's kind of hard to see, but all of that was missed. And I'm thinking we're gonna have to come in at this angle and do little passes at it. A little rough. Like, I don't even know what they're doing right now. Maybe they're turning around. Get out of their way. We're going to try to unload them and get this full so we can go in and deliver it. It's about 80% full now. We've done one trip so far. I believe we're going to need this full one more time after this to complete the contract. So kind of hoping we get to daylight soon. Shouldn't be too long before the sun starts rising. 4:30 in the morning already. Just a little rough at night, guys. Let's take this in, see how close this gets us to the transportation percentage. There's a pass through right here. It's gonna go over a creek, but we should be able to power through it. And then we cut through field 48. Oh, come on, come on. Let's try turning a little bit, try to get a little bit more grip. I'm turning the front tires back and forth. You can do it. Just turn it to the right. All right. Whew. That was almost a disaster. Yeah, we just go straight north in this field, and then we connect into field 28, and there's a road right there that takes us over. So that'll be the quickest route. Unfortunately, we're driving through people's yards, through people's crops, because we can't see what we're doing to see if there's enough room on the outside of the fields. And it does seem, my one gripe so far, and I haven't seen all the fields, but a lot, well, this looks like an open pasture here. A lot of them do seem to not have a lot of room to maneuver around the headlands. So we'll be picking our field strategically. Our first few fields here. Our dirt road starts right here, so we should be good the rest of the way. Gosh, I can't see anything. Not a lot of moonlight. It is kind of, I don't think I want it. Do I want to be up here? Yeah, I do. I think it's because it's overcast. There's the moon, but not a lot of moonlight on this map. The harvester is already full. That happened last time too. This is our second time delivering, and I'm hoping to see this at about 70%, 76. Okay, that makes me feel better. So not a complete load this next time. So we should only have to get here one more time. Wish me luck. It's tough. And the morning fog is starting to roll in. Let's go ahead and loop around and get them unloaded here. And this will probably be the last nighttime clip we show. At least today. Wow. Yeah, definitely gonna have to get all those missing pieces after they get done, but let's get them unloaded, back on their way. Let's look at the map. That'll probably be the best way. Come over here. We can see what's left. Yeah, so I'll have to get those middle spots. I'll let them finish the rest. Actually wondering, they'll probably be close to being able to do that without needing unloaded. So we'll see. But yeah, I'll see you at the end of this harvest. 6:12, and we've made it over here. Let's see what happens. Gotta get to daylight though. That was brutal. See the grain? It's going in there. 20% discount with Walter now. Money is up to 118 before turning in the contract. Let's get that turned in and accepted and collected. and we're sitting at 133. So right now, let's do a little update for you guys. If we went in to get the line of credit right now, we would get another 106,000. So that puts us close to $250,000. Tracking well. See how high we can get this. Net profit cultivating. We're absolutely going to do that. We're going to borrow. And I am going to head over to that field and get going. All right, that bugged. It did not give us the equipment again. Okay, I did it real slow that time. So what we're gonna do here, I'm not taking the loss on this. We're gonna cancel that. And when we collect, I'm giving myself back the $400 and the other 400 that I didn't last time. Because I thought I made a mistake, but I did not. Okay, so that changes the plans. That's okay. Plowing, I don't wanna do that. I'll grab this cultivating one though. We'll borrow items, and cultivating, it's just not giving us the items. Oh boy. There was a plan. I'm restarting the game to see if it helps, but there was a plan we're not able to execute because of map difficulties. Let's try one more of these. Okay, it did give us that one. I don't know, maybe restarting helped, but I'm gonna get it to daylight now. That's enough for me just to be able to see. And let's get it back to ×5 so we don't lose much time. I was really hoping to get to 200,000, but it's seeming like that's going to be a little rough now at this point. We can kind of see where we're going, so let's try to figure out the route. My guess is we want to head north. Oh yeah, signs on this map you can run into. No Creeks Farm did a great job with this map. I'm excited to get to know it a little bit better so that I don't feel frustrated. And it's just trying to learn a map at night is terrible, but it is a gorgeous map. Learning these back roads, it's definitely going to be key to getting around. But once we're not doing a ton of contracts, I think it'll be a little bit easier to handle. I don't like driving around with a map this big, but it seems to be required a little bit. Though between now and December, I think it is in our best interest to get that 5th job of Walter's finished. So we'll try to find one that's maybe a lower cost one that we feel like we can get done real quick. That would, has the ability here. We do have a $7,000 harvest that we might tackle here. But let's get this cultivation contract underway and completed before we even think about that. And we're probably going to have to target Walter's smallest field. I think that's going to be our best course of action for getting started here. A blind in the middle of the field. I love it. We're going to turn and take a look at that and cut through the field if we can find the opening. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to keep a budget for a chainsaw. Looks like there is a road here at the end of the map that we can take over to field 10. Yeah, this blind we're coming up on, that's sweet. I guess it's not in the middle of the field. I thought it was farther that way, but that's pretty awesome. Let's go ahead and unfold it because we're about to get started here. Okay, so we're started 1% now. And let's see what speed override's gonna allow us. Remember, I made my rule that the kilometer amount is what I will be using. So what that means is the suggested speed here is definitely kilometers and it's the default value. And so I've always used it as a little rule of thumb for myself to be able to cheat. I just like getting stuff done quicker. So that's how I use speed override. But 5% done. Let's stay focused. Let's get this done. Hopefully we can get a couple more contracts in before we hit December. So the beginning of this series is going to be a little stale. Not stale, but a little repetitive with all these contracts. And then once we get past this phase and get to our own farm, I think it's going to be a blast. All those decisions we're going to have to make. We're going to have to make really wise decisions to make sure we're progressing correctly. It should be fun. 95% done. Just about to finish this one up. 9 o'clock still, so making great time. These cultivating ones might be worth focusing on if we can get the equipment to spawn. But I might do this time is save the game, try the next contract, and if it doesn't spawn, we'll reload and see if that fixes it. I think it might have been the sales location moving and not enough room for the equipment to spawn where I had the sales or the store location. So maybe, possibly, that might have been what was causing that. That's why I restarted the game and this one worked. So 98%, let's get it. Let's get it on this pass. Come on, give us that 100. Perfect. All right, so we get 5% with Katie now. We turn this in for another 15 grand. And let's see what we have here for, we're just gonna go straight up revenue right now. All right, let's try. It worked. And I believe field 5 is one we've worked on before, so should be able to find our way over there pretty easily. Yeah, it's pretty nice that these cultivating contracts are showing up in November and December instead of having to wait till spring. It helps us out with getting to that dollar amount, and I think we're gonna get relatively close to where we want to get. I don't know if we'll get all the way there though. And away we go. Should be pretty good. This one we're gonna just top out at 14 probably because of the tractor, but that's all right. Not a bad field. I kind of like this. Kind of want to see how much this one costs. 310. Yeah, that's even with a discount. We just wouldn't be able to buy any equipment. We can lease, just we got to be careful. Just about to hit noon and getting another contract done here. We're gonna be able to turn around and finish it. I believe this next pass is gonna be, well, it'll be close, but we're almost there. And that'll satisfy 5 jobs for Walter, I believe. So we'll start looking at who we should attack next to get their discount as high as possible. And that should free us up to get 3 fields eventually at 25% off, which sounds amazing. And 100% done. Walter's discount is 25%. And another 20, this is a good one, $27,000. That puts us up to 176. All right, let's look in here. Let's go by farmer. Nothing with Ben, nothing with David. We have 1 with Katie. And then Noah. Like, do we do these stone picking and then a tiny harvest? And that would get us to 15%. I think we're going to. I don't remember if we can sell the stones, but we will figure that out. I think we can. I just don't know if we make much money off of it. So hopefully this one's worth it. Honestly wanted to do this to really mix things up for me too. So we're gonna head straight south and then west. This should be that skinny field that we saw at the very bottom. Shouldn't take too long to do this at all. We should be able, I'm hoping we get 2 more contracts in after this at minimum. Dude, guys, the thing I thought about when I started this was, will I get all the way through December before I would just call it? I'm fighting. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm ready to start building our own farm. Contracts are not the most exciting thing for me, and I just, you know, I think it's a cool way to start a series though. Gotta weave through the trees to get to this field apparently. We will not be eyeing this one to buy because of the proximity to roads, but this one we're absolutely going to send on a worker, get this truck going. We'll probably take over once we get there, but I just want to get all the equipment to the contract location, and then we'll have to check if there's a stone location to sell these on the map, and if there's not, then we'll just need to find somewhere to dump them. Working with's not terrible on the stone picker, so being a tiny skinny field, we did work on this once already, so this will be, it's nice to see these same fields over and over again. How's this filling up? Very slow. Let's go ahead and take over now. We'll set the cruise control to 15 here, and we'll get this one done. I'll report back, guys. I'll see you in a bit. All right, so this is done. I think with better contracts, it does look like it'll let us finish and get all the stones, but let's go and see if it even feels worth it. So the co-op is where we'll be selling this, and we're gonna head straight north and try to weave through some trees and see if we can figure out a route there. It's a little more open. I mean, daylight does help. We can see where the openings are. And here's a dirt road that we might just want to, well, it's going to start taking us the other direction, so that's not ideal, but it does have a little break. Okay, so go this way, and then this, I think I see an opening. Maybe we go this way so we can weave through a little bit better. Seems safe. Got through that one. Ooh, learning the tricks. This one's gonna be a little more dicey right here. Let's weave that way. And we should be able to just turn left now. Almost. Oh, all right. We see the co-op. Looks like it is pit 1. Yeah, it's not worth it. All right, let's turn in the contract. All right, we are at 184, and that should put us pretty good with Noah. That's 2 jobs. Whoa, that didn't count. Baffled. Thought that would get us at 3. All right, I think we do want to look at net profit here. Another cultivating, we got a harvesting. I'm bored of contracts. Let's grab this one. I think this will be our yeah, we'll do the cultivating one. That didn't work. Okay, cancel that. We're gonna collect it. We're gonna get our $400 back. Oh gosh, guys. I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe it's certain equipment. You guys are probably noticing the pattern that I'm not. Let's go ahead and borrow these items. And they did work, okay. Oh boy, at least the proximity is pretty close, just right across the way here. Should be a quick little harvest here. And away we go. Field number 47. See you on the other side. Well, I'm a big doofus. I just went over my whole plan with you guys. We did finish the corn contract. We do have $204,000. We're sitting by a river right now. Let's make it daytime. We're going to December. Let's make it so we can see me. I am 100% giving myself back the $304 for property maintenance. We don't have a property. That's wrong. I want that money. All right, let's see. This is the plan. We're thinking about field 19. If we went to purchase it, it would be $92,000. Where I am right here, there's plenty of trees because we're going to go all in. There's going to be no limitations on what we can make money off of on this series. Just the end goal has its, specific type of product. So lots of trees there. They also have a Walter field here that we could re-earn the discount if we need to. And then 20 as well. So we could grab this whole corner eventually. Right now we would be able to apply for a $163,000 line of credit. Today we end the prequel of the oil challenge and finally get to our own farm. You can see we are late in December here, and our money is a little bit higher than when we left last episode. That's because we've pretty much finished this corn contract, and this last 2,700 liters in here is cash for us. It's gonna put us at 235. Let's jump over here and take a look at this ginormous field that we spent all of December harvesting off camera. Yeah, it was a chore. So we did do this contract for Ben. That will give us one for him. We'll collect that, $55,000, and puts our total at 291, which is pretty awesome. My goal originally was around 200,000. We got to that last episode, and now we got almost another 100,000 here. So some of the things we were gonna think about, let's go ahead and look in the menu now. Looking at the map here, we're gonna target farmland 19 to use our 25% discount from Walter. That'll be $30,000 off. So we are gonna buy that right now. So 218, 381, we're gonna apply for that. We're not gonna take any of it out yet. We're gonna have 120 months to pay that off. And the way we're gonna do this is that we're gonna use that line of credit. And if we do pay it off, that will allow us to take out another line of credit. So the idea is that our net worth, our collateral starts to grow to where when the time comes that we want to take out another one, we can take out a larger one. So in theory, we should be able to snowball this into some quicker growth if we do this wisely. So right now we're going to have about roughly $320,000 to play with. And the first thing we're going to do here, we do have this field that unfortunately, these were some soybeans that were never harvested, and it's just under 12 acres that we have here. So the first thing we should do though is take a look at the used market. So right now our priority is going to be on making money. So this isn't bad. 192 horsepower right now on this 6R. So we could get this for 121 long term. We could spend the extra $33,000 to get it all the way up to 234 horsepower. But I really feel this is a decent starter right here. It would be nice to have the front loader attachment for 1,500, but we could always add that on later. So that's something to look at. One of the things I did want to kind of evaluate is this land a little bit. We do have this water here that is ours, which will be nice to take advantage of for filling up. But I wanted to find a little spot here, and we might look at buying another plot of land because I wanted to get some instant income coming in, and that would be some greenhouses. One, if not many. But I really don't see anywhere that would make sense to do that right away. We'd have to get pretty decent amount of land cleared here. And there's more water there. That's not ours. But yeah, so this area would have been ideal to clear, but it's just not flat enough. Let's take a look at some other fields. 10% discount from Noah on this one. Let's visit over here. So if this was one that just was used for some buildings, I mean, we know we're not going to be able to fit all 28 of our, or all 18 of our oil productions here, but this might be good for taking some of it to do some greenhouses and maybe putting a crop in here to make some money as well. Yeah, lettuce is the thing I think we want to target. So let's remind ourselves how much those productions do cost. I mean, we do have the supermarket production mod. We could do some apple trees potentially, but we'd have to buy seed and deliver water. We have the supermarket greenhouse, which requires, other inputs. But I think that the one we've been going with is the $36,000 variety here. The tarp versus the glass one. It costs a little bit more money for the glass one, but I believe they have the same output. One thing to think about here is if Noah had a contract, we're going to do that. All right, I did want to get really started in things, but I think this is like, this challenge is gonna challenge me. Like the only way to word it, and I think we got to just really make these decisions and think through them. And we have some time before we absolutely need to get a crop in the ground. I just wanted to get that land established, and I think we do want to make sure we have somewhere to sleep. I just feel like that should be a requirement. So we'll make sure we have either a tent mod in here for the house or a cheap property or something to live in, a cheap house. Is it this direction? So we're gonna get this cultivation contract done real quick in January here. And again, one contract's all we're allowed. Eventually we can, you know, make a little bit more money by using our own equipment. But I think this would be wise, you know, get an extra 10% off from Noah there on that field before we purchase it, and that'll save us, I think it's only going to save us like $5,000, but at the end of the day, I mean, this is a big challenge, and we want to take it serious. I don't want to just wing it. I want to make sure we are making the best decisions possible as we passed our field. I was looking for a road on the wrong side of the street. And if you're new to the channel, there'll be little things that we're going to do in this playthrough that are kind of just rules that I make for my own challenges. One of them is I use the irrigation mod, or I don't know what it's actually called. It allows you to automatically fill the greenhouses, and you pay for it every time it does add water, but at the end of the day, it saves me a lot of effort from having to worry about filling up the greenhouse. So the reason I bring that up is we are gonna buy something to be able to manually fill up the greenhouse before I enable that. So those are the kind of rules that I play with. I like to play with universal auto load. And what we do is we're going to make sure we purchase something that would allow us to do the loading of pallets before we can automatically load them onto trailers with the universal auto load mod. So the way it works in my head is it is kind of cheaty, especially in challenges, to use universal auto load, but it saves me a ton of time and effort to make these videos for you guys. So let's get focused. We're 6% done with this already. Once we get these headlands done, we probably should just start it in the middle. That way it could have been a little bit quicker just doing ups and downs, but either way, we'll get it done. We'll get a little bit more of a discount, a little tiny bit more cash, and we'll probably buy that field and flatten it out and get at least one greenhouse going to start making some income on the regular. Finally about to finish this contract. It took a little bit longer than I expected, but let's go ahead and turn that in. And Noah should give us a little bit more of a discount. That's 3 from Noah. Did I look at the wrong person? All right, let's take a look at this again. Oh, it is a 15%, so it's going to give us $5,500 off. Let's go ahead and buy that. It's only going to be $32,000. And let's go visit this little beautiful piece of land that I'm still flying in. And we're going to hop at the sky. We are going to take this corner, I think, because that's going to be the closest to our field. And then we'll have this one back here that we're going to target next. And let's see who owns that. I believe it is Walter. So we still have a 5% discount with Walter. We definitely will want to get that to 25% before we purchase it, but I do want to come in here and flatten this a little bit, and we'll grab from right here. We'll start so it stays that level. It is going to ruin the terrain or the finish of the field, but that's fine. It's not going to be a field anymore, at least right here, and we can, you know, eventually cultivate that back to what we need it to be. Look at those tire marks, the textures in there. Well done. No creek. All right, now let's go back to greenhouses and let's see the size. Oh, that's not bad. So what I think I want to do is we'll probably line them up left to right facing this direction. So we'll start with one right there, and that's not bad. Figure out the ground texture that we want in here too. So, you know, I think that's going to be the one. So let's, we won't do all of this because I do want to get to some farming. I'll do some of this off camera potentially, and smoothing and softening and all that. That does leave us a pretty decent sized field to make a little bit of cash off a crop still. And, you know, we're gonna buy at least some necessities to start with, and we might get to a second greenhouse. But like I said, we're gonna slow roll some of this stuff. So we're gonna wanna build this out a little bit better to have access, unless we're loading the pallets directly this way. But we'll get to that when we need to. So let's go ahead, jump into that used market again. And the 6R is still there. I think this is wise. This is going to really eat into our budget, but we are going to add the front loader. Let's go ahead and buy that. And then we will come to front loaders. We'll get the quick, and I do want to change this to the John Deere green. I think that looks nice, and then we'll do that with both of them. Yeah, that looks great. Let's go ahead and buy that. And we'll go to combinations and we will get a pallet fork as well. And that pretty much wiped out our budget there, but hopping over to the store to get this all hooked up, we'll need to take a little bit out of the line of credit for the first time to get a water tank. And then I don't think I have the mod enabled yet for the automatic filling, so during this session we will have to worry about that ourselves. But we're gonna go somewhat cheap because we have water nearby. So let's go ahead and take a look here. 2,000 liters, and this will be $5,800. So I am going to take out that actual $5,850 from the line of credit. Draw funds, $5,850. Right now our payment's going to be really tiny, so that's not too stressful. And that should allow us to get this purchased. Not bad. Maintenance looks good right now, so it does have 48 hours on it, but it looks like the dealership did do a nice tune-up for us before we got it. Not a bad little starting tractor. I mean, it's not little. It's a good sized tractor to start with. And the landscape is already changing over here, looking like a little different place. Let's see, there is water right there. I don't think we can, no, we probably could get to that, but let's go ahead. We'll just go right here. It's nice. This is our property, our water. And could we do one of these and be safe? I think we can. Nice. Oh, look at crop destruction just tearing up this old field. I love it. And just hop back on the road and we're right by our greenhouse here. And lettuce is the top dog, so financially we're gonna definitely enable that to begin with. In our productions, we'll go to lettuce, get it activated. This can hold 40,000 liters. Oh, look at this. Can we just cruise right to this and like loop around and not get too, we can, oh. So 8 water, 1,008 times is 8,000 liters. So we need to do 2 more trips. Okay, we got a revenue stream going. Time to figure out what's next. So here's the thing. We could make a ton of money by doing a bunch of contracts and always, you know, take care of our finances that way. I don't enjoy the game that way. I really wanted to focus on the contracts for just the very beginning of the playthrough. Now, from time to time, we might grab a contract while we're in the middle of some work and work on it in the background to bring in a little bit of extra cash. But I don't want to spend January, February doing contracts. I want to get straight to our farm work. So what we're going to do here is we're going to let this production go. I did fill it up a little bit more. It should have 14,000 liters in it. So it's definitely going to get us through at least a little bit more than a month. I want to see how this is producing overnight, and then we're going to want to get a trailer so we can sell things, because prices are going to be good for a little bit for lettuce. Looking at price fluctuations, right now they're pretty close to the top. In February, they're going to be pretty good and start dipping in March, but let's see if we can get a little bit of cash to potentially not have to take out as much of a line of credit to be able to start treating these fields. And we definitely... I got a little bit of a trick up my sleeve. We'll get to that when we get to March. But before we skip time, I did want to pop in here and take a look at the used market a little bit and see if there's something that we're wanting to target and that we can't pass. This header is definitely something that I kind of want. It is the flex one, but I don't know what harvester we're gonna get yet, so that would kind of dictate how much we have to spend on a harvester. Let's go ahead, we'll skip some time. See if other things pop up. I'll slow it down kind of like that. Go back in here. And yeah, we don't need that. And I'm just gonna do the rest of that off camera. I'll let you know if there's anything we're interested in. And the snow came here in February. Let's take a look here. Nothing really, well, that's too expensive. It's not worth it. It is not worth it. Nothing in here still. I think what we have 3 pallets. Time-saving stock check's gonna be our friend right now. That would be $12,000, and a trailer that we're gonna want to buy. You know, I'm probably gonna go with my favorite. It is 20. What else do we have? That could be an option here. 30,000. You know, not a lot of mods that I have on this mod pack. Kind of do a little bit of a somewhat vanilla setup here, but you know, if we could snag potentially all 3 of these and get them sold. And how close are we to a 4th one? Not too far off. Let's try to get a 4th one in here. And let's look at prices and make sure they are on their way down. They're still above max price. So I think we could probably afford the time to get this 4th one in here and get those sold. And see how much money that is to limit the line of credit we're gonna have to do. I was kind of tempted to to see if we can make enough money to get another one of these greenhouses. We'll definitely be doing that, kind of like we did with Cattle Ranch. We're gonna probably go a little more aggressive than we did with Cattle Ranch. Eventually, we might set these to automatically sell. I haven't decided if I really want to do that yet. All right, hopefully the roads are in a decent condition for us, because we're about to go sell these 2 at a time and hope they don't fall off the forks. Looks like we're going 3,800 feet away. Wish us luck. Oh, it's the train station. That's misleading. Let's take a look. Where else could we sell this? It's not a huge difference. Let's go ahead and go here, so we don't have to worry about leasing the train. And oh, we're pretty... There it is. I knew it was gonna happen. We're pretty familiar with where we're going, so... All right, looks like we're selling it at Pit 1. Let's see if that is the case here. It doesn't seem to be. All right, a little debug did help here. If anybody's using Ray County, you just come over... There's a little collision right there. Okay, you gotta raise it up if we're cheating with super strength, but if you come over here, it looks like right next to Pit 1 is where the sales location is. So that gave us a little bit of money. Let's go get the other 2 and get those sold. And we'll keep on going. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna have to dip into the line of credit. We're gonna wanna get the fields prepped because we wanna get them planted in March. So February, we're gonna use the rest of this month to get some lime down. We need to get some soil samples. So we're definitely gonna dip into that line of credit today. I don't think there's any way around it. And kind of doing some calculations in my head. I do know it takes a decent amount of months to pay back lettuce. But if we can start producing enough lettuce to where we're really just making a ton of it, it might be worth taking the line of credit out. And we'll need to double check and remind ourselves how much we have. While we're driving, we can do that. So line of credit, we do have another 212,000 that we can take out. So honestly, not a lot. We're gonna have to go budget. So I think we will stay with the 1 greenhouse with that in mind. Knowing that, I mean, leasing is okay. It's not ideal, but leasing is allowed. So when it comes to a harvester for the first year, we might have to do it that way. All right, let's get these 2 pallets picked up. Just, you know, maximizing the income we're making while we can. And we'll get those sold, and then we'll probably start looking at a spreader. Spend as little money as possible on that. And some of this is gonna be smaller equipment to start with and tedious work on these bigger fields that we own. But the progression is gonna be worth it long term. Now that one's sold automatically, so yeah, definitely the sales location right here. Good to know, we learned it. We figured it out. So we have $14,000 and we're gonna need some money. I personally dropping any type of strategy or what's the best thing to do. The best thing to do financially, let's just have this conversation, guys, is to do as many contracts as possible. We're not completely here to do min-maxing our finances. We are doing a challenge, but the reality is the challenge won't get finished if it's not fun. So I do say this a lot. We're gonna do what I enjoy versus what would be best for the challenge. Best for the challenge would be doing as many contracts as possible. You know, beating a dead horse at this point. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna try to get by pretending that, you know, maybe we disable better contracts moving forward. And that was just an initial thing. And it was kind of my thought was to not do any more contracts, but I'm kind of wanting to hold it in my back pocket in case we can't get by financially. I think I convinced myself. Let's make it harder. No more contracts. All right, let's go ahead and take a look and try to make some wise decisions here. So actually, let's go ahead and take a look at the soil. Did we disable precision farming? We did. So that means we need to look at just the old school stuff here. Do we need lime? We're lucky. We don't have to spend any money on lime right now. Fertilizer's in a pretty good state. Weeds we will need to take care of, but we've got a good start here. All right, let's take a look at seeders. And we might add some mods to help us out here. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, look at that white color. All right, let's go ahead and switch this to John Deere Green. And we're gonna get the 8350. And we can buy more of these long term, but only 6 grand. Do we start with 2? I think we just start with 1. Well, we gotta go over to this dealership and I'm gonna do a little bit of terraforming to fix field 20. But now that we don't have to do lime, we can skip to March so we can get to planting. And we have enough money, let's go ahead and buy some seeds. And this is probably where we're gonna have to take out money later, but let's buy some fertilizer and we'll get this filled up and get home. I stopped time because I need to get the greenhouse filled up. We do have a little bit left in there. There's about 2,000 liters of water, but we need to get more in there. And we'll get back and take a look at getting this first planting session going. Is this gonna fit? Is this gonna fit? This entrance is sweet, but it's rough. Oh, we got through there. All right, I'll see you there. This is terrible. Now, if you're wondering if I've lost my mind because we're planting peas, I haven't. I want to do it. I want to plant peas. I want to plant peas. I want to plant peas. I want to harvest peas. We've never done it before. We're definitely going to use the mod that allows you to harvest peas, and I think it's green beans. I don't even know what all the all the different crop types are at this point, but I believe there is a mod. We're going to get it installed that'll allow us to use a regular harvester so we don't have to buy a pea harvester or lease one. And I think this is going to be a way to make some good money. Maybe it's a little cheesy, but it's definitely a strategy I wanted to try out just to kind of mix it up, because we've been doing a lot of the same stuff on the channel and a lot of the same crop types. And yep, that's all the explanation you're getting from me. Let's see how far one thing. Well, we didn't need fertilizer. Why did I buy fertilizer? Oh boy, Chris. Let's take a look and just double check. I mean, we'll use it eventually, but let's make sure. Yeah, so let's come over here. Let's lift. And this is our property, so let's go ahead and do that. And then, oh, we got a fancy container of seeds there. Let's go ahead and just fill up the seed, and we'll see how far, you know, one hopper full of seeds is going to get us on this field. It, you know, the the width is a little rough here. Planting in the winter is also a little rough here with some snow and hail on its way, but we've got to get going. We got to make some progress. And I think that's not how fast I wanted. Oh yeah, we want to go about 18. Using our little trick here with speed override. All right, let's get busy. We'll see how far this goes. Like I've said 20 times, the rambling is done now. You guys are about to see me rage quit, so we're gonna shut off this storm. It's getting on my nerves a little bit. I don't know why it's so hard for the game to handle picking, which I'm picking my words wisely here. I don't understand why it's so hard for the game to pick the lane. Like, it'll be yellow, I'll hit the button, and it'll pick a totally different lane. Like, I've complained about this in multiple videos. Does anybody else struggle with that? Little call to action there. Tell me I suck, or tell me it's okay. Everyone's dealing with it. I need to learn how to use the enhanced vehicle mod that we're using here. The stuff on the bottom right by the speedometer. And I think that'll solve all the problems if I actually got that configured. I just need to spend some time to learn it. All right. Almost done with the headlands. I do want to see how far we can get without running out of seed. And it seems like it's either this mod or peas just don't use a lot of seed, which seems pretty sweet to me. Okay, was that it for the headlands? It does appear so. So, all right, we're going to do a little time lapse here for you guys. Let's see how well these ups and downs go. And let's get our first field planted and finished planted in the oil challenge. But we got to lower the seeder. You know, that lasted pretty good. I am very impressed with that. Let's go get the rest of our seed. I'm gonna try. Well, I don't think we'll be able to do this and finish this field and the next field without buying more seed, but we're gonna try. We're definitely gonna try. Should have brought it back with me, but that's all right. Yeah, 200, we might, I don't know, let's try. Let's try. It's not that far of a drive. We're gonna try. Let's get this finished, then we're gonna do a little bit of terraforming to shore up the other field before we start planting there. And based on how many seeds we have left, we'll probably decide if we're gonna buy before we start planting the other. And we are gonna do peas in both this year. I wanna see how much money we can make off of it. Never done them before. It's not gonna be enough. That's hilarious. I was sure we're gonna have plenty of seed. It's not gonna be enough. We're gonna have to go buy some more just to finish this field. And we're gonna use store deliveries. I wanna see how much this costs us. Like, how much money do we just lose? $32? Yeah, I don't think that's too terrible. Fill that up, and then we'll put these on the forks so we can carry them around with us. All right, so let's get this finished, and then we'll get on to the next field. Not too bad, just a few passes to go. And one field down. Let's go look at this area and figure out exactly where we want to clean up. You know, we did destroy a little bit of the field when we put the greenhouse down, so we're gonna finish a little bit of the painting to get rid of the field and smooth it out. You'll see when we get over there why. All right, let's go ahead, do a little bit terraforming session. We're gonna get the tractor out of the way though, because we're gonna finish this whole area. All right, we'll see in spring how much better this looks, but I already like it a ton. So we do have, what, 4 more pallets? 5? 4? Yeah, not bad. And yeah, a little bit coming as well. So let's get this back in action. I think with how much smaller this field is, we're probably gonna have enough seed already in here. So let's go ahead and lock in place. And oh man, that's making a pretty texture. So we'll have to figure out weeds next, and then it's just wait for harvest, because we got lucky with the fertilizer type. That's going to be a huge savings. I didn't even look at that when we purchased it. Boy, what a good decision. So I think I figured out the big problem. I'm going to move away from controller pretty soon. So I'm hitting, you know, a combination of a trigger button and a regular button. And if I don't let go of them at exactly the same time, it recognizes me as still pressing that button. So it causes me to lift a lot. It causes me to lock in when I really don't want to. I don't think it's the game's fault. I think it is probably like that locked in and it shouldn't have. I just lifted. I think it is a me issue. So let's go ahead and back up. We need to figure out what we're going to do for weeding next. And I really don't want the smallest weeder, so we're gonna kind of see what we can afford here. Let's get these seeds put down. But not bad. We're pretty much done with our spring after we do weeding. Oh, I might have been able to put them in there, but that's all right. Let's remember what we do have, though, horsepower-wise. We are at 192, that's right, so we're pretty good spots. 12 meters is probably the cheapest I would want to go with. And again, this is that one that you could, or you could plant grass and oilseed radish, but you don't get weeds in those. So I don't understand why you'd want a weeder for that. But $41,000 compared to 12.4 for 36. Yeah, let's take $36,000 out of the line of credit. Let's do it. Draw funds, 36,000. We still have 176,000 available. Our payment's still under $500. Not too bad. Let's go ahead and, well, let's change. I do not want this delivered because that'll be a little bit more expensive. But let's go ahead and get it purchased. And then just kind of wait until we can harvest. Look out, deer! I mean, this thing feels massive compared to the cedar. I'm gonna go about 18 on this. If the tractor can handle it. All right, just a little bit of weeding, guys. And we're all prepped for our first harvest. One field down and heading on over to the other one. Feels good. Time's, I mean, it's still not even noon. We're doing great here in March. You know, the right equipment for the right job always seems to make things go a little bit quicker. Or at least feel like it. Got this all prepped here, ready to go. Now I am debating, are we gonna go straight to the harvest? Or do we want to find some other things to make some money? Some other ways to make some money? Maybe getting a trailer and a chainsaw, or maybe a fishing pole. I'm gonna get this weeding done, and we're gonna do a little bit of fishing. I do feel like this is a decent size to start with, and I'm already enjoying the approach that we're doing on this better than the $10 million chicken challenge. We're gonna have progression, a lot more progression than we had in that. That was, you know, a lot of money up front and just a lot of hard work to pull off the challenge, where this is gonna be a lot more timely decision making. It feels like a completely different approach, and I mean, it really is, and I just love, that's what keeps me coming back. Like, frustrated with some of the mechanics in the game sometimes, but being able to play it multiple different ways and being able to just play it the way we're playing it now is just awesome to have that flexibility. So we'll get this done, and then we're gonna do some fishing, like I said. But almost there. It feels good, guys. It feels good. We're on our own farm, no more contracts. We're just gonna make some progress and get through these years. The early years, we'll get through in probably a couple episodes. And then the later years, it'll probably take a lot more. You know, we get more fields, we have a lot more going on. It's gonna take a little bit more time to get through them. Not gonna kill myself like I did with the $10 million chicken challenge. Oh, that's the wrong button. We are all done. Meant to fold it up. There we go. And we are gonna park right here for now. Let's head on over here, and we need to purchase something, so we're gonna spend a little bit of cash. So for $150, we've got ourselves a fishing pole here. And I think this, you know, we'll get our feet wet a little bit. This is a good spot. We're just gonna wait a little bit. If you've caught the Farm Rescue series, you know the mechanics. We didn't really talk about it there, but we hit circle, and then we gotta kind of, you know, click circle a little bit. I don't know how this would go on a steering wheel. So this might be something that I keep the controller around for, but the steering wheel is absolutely coming back real soon, guys. Let's see how much this fish is gonna bring in. $100. Let's go ahead and sell it. So that made us $100. Let's take a look at our line of credit here. So $486 is our payment. Let's go ahead and make sure we make at least $500 here. So we got 100 down, and we could just make our payment this way. We got plenty of time here in March. And I know there's some rare fish. We'll have to learn a little bit. But I did get one that I think it brought in $400, or maybe it was $500. Just gotta keep going here. Come on, don't lose it. Don't lose it. We got it. Got it. Right there, $400 for the gigantic salmon. We got our $500, but I want one more. Let's get one more in before we end the day. All right, here we go. I bet this one's gonna be a bucket or something. No way we get 3 in a row. I mean, can I sell that? Like, it's worth some decent money, I would imagine. At least 10 bucks, right? 10 bucks would help right now. All right, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be another gigantic. This is gonna be a trout this time. $400 trout. We got it, we got it. Oh, nope, nope, we don't got it. We got it. It was a trout. We'll take it. All right, we made 600 bucks there real quick. Welcome back to the oil challenge. It is July in Ray County. We're gonna do our pea harvest today. I've been fishing over here. We've made about $1,500 so far just since I've just been prepping to hit the record button and just kind of actually enjoy the fishing mechanic while I'm just sitting here thinking about what we're gonna do today. But we're gonna get that harvest done. We got a ton of lettuce building up. We're gonna have to get a trailer for that eventually when those prices are good. I think it's February where we're gonna have to hold on to them till. You can see the spawn area is completely full, and we have another 8,000 liters of lettuce in the production waiting for us to take out. And over here we have a little bit of confusion, and I don't really understand why, but we only have an 87% yield bonus. Fertilization, 100%. There's no weeds. And only 87%. And looking on the map here, trying to figure it out, you know, activating weeds here, nothing in that field. Fertilization's good. Doesn't need lime. Doesn't need rolling. Mulching we didn't do, so we could have got a little bit of bonus for that, but beyond confused on what's going on there. I don't know if it's a leftover from precision farming being activated for a short time, but it's beyond confusing. Let's take a look at the other field as we walk through the trees and get stuck. And it does appear that we're going to need some tillage to get rid of the old precision farming tram lines, which is fine. But over here you can see 97% yield bonus, and we did the same exact treatment on both fields. So a little confused. But let's take a look at the used market. I was taking a look at it as we went by. 16% off a cultivator, which, gosh, wouldn't be a bad thing to get, but it's 4 meters, and we come in here and we look at other cultivators. We can get another 4-meter one here, the John Deere, for a lot cheaper. So definitely get a pass on that. But we are going to use the mod that allows us to use a regular harvester instead of a pea harvester, which I haven't even looked at in this game, to be honest with you. Capacity of, where is it at? About 3 meters. So yeah, we'll have to unload this nonstop. Only a 3.8 meter width. Just not necessarily something that I enjoy doing, and it being a $581,000 machine, leasing costs are going to be outrageous. So that is what it is. If it's not something that you guys think, if you think it's cheesy, so be it. Like I'm doing what I enjoy, guys. So we're gonna have to take out some money. Got to get this harvest going. I think what I want to do is buy a grain cart. It would be nice to get one that we could double and reconfigure, but the capacity in those doesn't usually seem great. So this is one of those where we can change it down to a bale trailer, which would be helpful. Now this one you can't, but we get about 28,000 is not bad. So I think this is what we'll go with. It's $40,000 with that extension, and if we did the 14,000, I think we might just do the we'll do the big boy to start with. It'll be needed. Trailer hitch on the back, we could always add another one, but we'll do that later. We don't necessarily need the cover. Let's save a little bit of money with that. So 37,000 is what we're gonna need right away. So let's go ahead and jump into the line of credit. We're gonna take out $37,000 and get that reconfigured exactly how we wanted and get that purchased. So next, let's take a look at harvesters and something that we'll wanna, we're gonna absolutely need. And I was debating going with something unique that we haven't used, like the claws here. That's 226,000, and then leasing it, we'd have to get some money for that. But I think it's going to be wise to go with the Massey to start with. So I don't know. Yeah, we don't have enough money for that. So let's just take out, let's do like 15 just to be safe, because I don't know what it's going to cost, but we could always repay it. And it looks like we do have a high interest rate today, so our monthly payment's going to be around $1,100 now. So when we go in here, let's go ahead and lease this 5,000. Okay. And then we'll come back here to combinations and we'll grab the little header. We'll lease that. And then we have 10,000. So I'm going to right away come in here and make a payment for, let's just say 6,000. That'll cover the monthly payment and lowers the minimum next month a little bit, but we're ready to go. We're ready to get this harvest going and seeing how much money we're going to make off of peas. What we're going to need, one more thing before we get too far, is we're going to need a silo. somewhere to store the peas until the prices are good. So we should have enough funds available to us in the line of credit still. But if we don't, we're gonna have to sell right away. So let's get all this equipment home, and I think we should probably figure that out before we start harvesting, just so it's out of the way. Now I'm hoping we can get both of these fields done without that extra leasing cost to hit us, the daily leasing cost. So we're gonna try to get this done in less than an hour. The size of the header, I don't think we're gonna be able to, but that's, you know, part of the gig here with doing leasing this first time around, and so we have enough money to get our own equipment. And gosh, I'm loving the way progression's gonna work in this series. Let's take a look at silos that we have available, and we might have to jump. Well, we do have this cheap one, 75,000. I don't think it's gonna be enough though, capacity wise. So 40,000 for this one. I guess it could be temporary. So, I mean, we could do this 20,000 one that holds 75,000 liters. I have a feeling we're going to get more, and each extension would add 75,000 and would be another 20 grand. Or we could do this extension for 40. So I think that's what we'll do. So let's go ahead and give ourselves 20,000 more from the line of credit. And we still have 111,000 available to us, but we're going to need it. We're going to need it eventually, but we're trying to slow roll this. I really wish this was customizable. I'm sure there's another mod I could get out there. Do we have the multi-fruit? We should have that multi-fruit one. That was a different mod pack. I feel like it was a little cheaty too because of how much capacity it holds. But let's go ahead and put this here for now. I will extend the brick as well. And what we're gonna do is, I have the straight line mod. I forget what it's called. We'll make this a little bigger. What I do is I kind of bring this down until it gets to the spot where I want, like that. And then oh, it's not straight, guys. It's temporary. It's temporary. But then we'll go ahead and go over here. We're gonna hit shift and go straight up, and can't really see. So, oh, we did pretty good. But I think I do want it to come all the way to here and down. So that should be good right there. Clean up the rest of this, and like I said, it's temporary. We should be able to sneak in there and make it work. We'll make it work for us. And just clean up the grass a little bit here. So that's gonna be it for now, and that should definitely get us started. Like, worst case scenario, we could keep stuff in the trailer until time to sell it. I mean, like I said, that would be worst case scenario. We are gonna do 2 headlands here, and I'm gonna run this myself to begin with because I've never done this crop type. That's just, I don't know. I just like doing it. And look at that debris, or the leaves getting spit out. That is great. I do like the way that looks. Putting that debris back there, looking nice. So 6% filled up. It seems to be filling up at a pretty decent pace. And we really haven't looked at the price of this stuff and the fluctuation if we have time. You know, peas are at a pretty decent price right now. We might sell them today. We're gonna see what time-saving stock tells us about how much money we would lose, but it probably would be wise to wait. And its peak is, well, it's only November, so October we'll be able to do that. But the hope was to get some money to expand before the year ended. But with the way prices fluctuate, we might have to be a little bit more patient. And being that it is July, I'm gonna see how this yield does before I decide if we're just gonna leave this field till March, or if we're gonna try to sneak another crop in and get it harvested in the summer again next year. But the way the peas, we planted in March and we're harvesting already in July here, so it seems to be a pretty quick turnaround. It's just one of those things that I've been thinking about is, man, if we shut off seasonal growth and did like a wilderness map, like No Man's Land style, you could just plant peas and harvest almost three times a year and make a ton of money, especially with this mod this way, and not have to save up for the big expensive pea harvester. I'm sure there's smaller ones. I didn't dive into pea technology a ton. Let's actually do that. Come over here if we can find it. Does it not show up? So onion will show up, but peas don't. Yeah, peas just has the one, it looks like. So I guess that's the only option unless there's things on Mod Hub, which I imagine there is. But 50% full, almost finishing the first headland. It's time to get focused. We got 2 fields to get done today. Let's get this one done. There we are, 1 full load already. 8,000 peas, almost got around the headland twice, but we'll start getting it unloaded in here. And I'm thinking the strategy, let's look at the calendar while that's unloading. So, I mean, we could do alfalfa. How are alfalfa prices? Alfalfa Windroad, $50, peaks at 63. That seems super low unless it yields insanely. Silage doesn't peak here, or it doesn't change much. So silage that low? Holy, what is hay? What do we have the economy set at? We have it set to easy. That's crazy on this map. I imagine hay's about the same. Yeah, it's a little less than alfalfa hay. So boy, okay, so I think what I want to do though is we would have time to get 1 grass harvest in, or 1 grass cut if we got it replanted today. And I think that might be a good move to kind of treat it as a cover crop, but then actually make some money off of it. And I think that might be the play here. So like once we get done with the harvest, we'll want to instantly, we should have time in July to get the grass planted and have the first growth stage in August, then September, October. So October should be, or November should be when we could cut that and make silage and then have this ready for March to replant. And that would give us another revenue stream between now and when prices are good to sell peas. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Let's go ahead and get focused on this harvest and get that done and just take it 1 step at a time. Now, I don't think we'll get all the way around again to have the auger facing out, so we will stop at the end of this pass to unload. Pretty nice, 90% full. So we're close to 16,000 already from this field and only getting the 87% yield bonus compared to the 97 on the other field. You know, we're expecting a lot less for this field than we could get, so lots of money. Lots of money between these 2 fields, and we'll get this one to yield a little bit better next time around. But starting to think through that, we need something for tillage for the other field to get those tram lines removed. We might see about leasing something for that too. So I'm hoping we can slowly start getting our own equipment, kind of like we did with the grain trailer. And long term, we're not necessarily going to do grass, so I don't really want to buy all the mowing stuff. We're just going to kind of do that temporarily. But once money changes and we have enough money, you know, all of those things will start coming together, and we'll get our own equipment eventually. So I don't think leasing long term is going to be the best play financially. But I'd be somewhat surprised if we filled it up again. Let's go ahead and finish this harvest and see how many liters we got on our first harvest on the oil challenge. But just under 5,000 here. Let's go ahead and open it up. And so this should get us to 20,000 from this field, and then roughly 3,000 per 1,000 liters. It's about $60,000 right there. That's lovely. Yeah, just over 20,000. 20,386 liters. Probably need to move the weeder at this point. But let's go ahead and just kind of get a nice angle here. And peas not accepted here. Oh boy. Okay, I think I think we're gonna do this and lose $10,000, but I should have checked that to begin with. We're gonna pay, let's do 7,500 of that money we got back. Okay, so we will be selling today, and that's gonna be, I don't know, I think that kind of, oh boy, evens things out for the way we're using this mod for the pea harvesting. And so I don't know, other than using like the multi-silo, that actually will work. I don't know if there is like in real life how you store peas, and I'm probably gonna look that up while we do this next harvest. That's kind of sad. And starting the second harvest here, we're gonna run cart, but I'm gonna do a little bit of that research off camera while we get going here. Harvest and transport. Peas are harvested with large machines and immediately transported to processing plants via refrigerated trucks to maintain freshness. Washing and cleaning. At the plant, peas are washed thoroughly to remove any debris like pods, leaves, or stems. And all kinds of stuff. There's a drying process as well. Once frozen, they are packed into crates or bags and stored in large cold warehouses at temperatures around -25 Celsius. Okay, so I think we need to just sell them. I think we just need to sell them. And by selling them, we might be able to get out of debt today and start over with the line of credit. Let's go ahead and stop right here and let them get past this pole, though. Hopefully they'll close the pipe in time. Oh, perfect timing. Let's try to catch up and get a little bit more unloaded before they make this turn. I'm really happy they're harvesting this and not me. I probably do the turn a lot better than them, though. Let's see. Are we going to get a full load? We got our 28,000. Let's go sell while they finish the headlands. And let's see what our first load is going to bring in here. Should still be a pretty decent price from what I was remembering when I looked at it. It was still over $3,000 per 1,000 liters. Oh, it doesn't show up here. Doesn't show up in time-saving stock check because we haven't put it in a silo or any type of storage. But we are heading to the pit 1 here to sell it and start, making some income today. This is exciting. All right, selling peas for the very first time in Farming Simulator 25. Yeah, that money is skyrocketing. Oh my, guys. 87,000 from that? Okay. What's the line of credit balance right now? 100,000. We're gonna get out of debt today. Let's get back. Let's get this harvest going, and let's hope to fill this up maybe 2 more times. That would be outrageous. That would be amazing. And they're 80% full already, so we're gonna try to quickly turn around here and start unloading them. Try not to damage any crops in the process. And getting that extra yield bonus here is going to help on the larger field. It's in our favor that the 87% was on the smaller field, so bigger field, bigger bonus here. Be absolutely worth it. So having to make money today, and we still have all that lettuce money that's building up, could change our plans a little bit. And just cruising around the headland, we're already at 11,000 in here, another 30-some thousand dollars. This is a good day. This is the way. After unloading here, we're going to do a little time check and see how many hours or minutes, I guess, are on the harvester. But making as much money as we're making, if we get another hour fee releasing, it's not the end of the world. Like, it's going to be a drop in the bucket. Is that the saying? We're at 0.6. So I think we probably will hit the hour mark, but hopefully they can do these ups and downs pretty quickly. And maybe we won't. All right, starting to do some of the longer passes. We do have this left side here still to do of shorter ones, but cruising down this one should give us another full trailer, I believe. It'll be close, but I think it will by the time we get to the end, and if not, we'll go sell anyways just to relieve the trailer. Yeah, I think it'd be wise to go ahead and unload this thing at 95% full, so let's go ahead and head on over and get another 80-some thousand dollars in here. All right, here we go. Pit 1 once again. Look at them peas and that dollar amount. That's awesome. We have been missing out on some real money here. 83,000 there, so we could pay off the line of credit completely right now. Let's, might as well. Could always take it back out. Let's go ahead and make a payment. We'll click on pay in full, and we have $218,000 available, but we're going to keep it open for now. I was tempted to close it, but we will keep it open for now just in case something on the used market pops up. But we still have $77,000 in our account after paying that off. So definitely keeping an eye out for a second tractor right now, because I would love to be able to start getting planted. But there's nothing for sale right now or on the used market, so I don't think it would be wise to spend money on a new tractor and eat into all of that line of credit. And it's only 11 o'clock. We got plenty of time in July to pull off what we want to pull off. And a Kubota M8 just popped up here for 106,000, 200 horsepower. So this would not be able to do a front and back mowing setup. And what's the coincidence that that just happened? 35% off, that's pretty good. And looking at our John Deere, that looks like it has the hookup to do front and back mowing. So I think it's wise to take out the extra 30-some thousand we would need. And the front loader, we could eventually, even if we upgraded this, oh, that is fully upgraded. 200 horsepower. We got to do it. We got to do it. And I wanted the used market to kind of dictate how we make money. Let's take out 35,000. Oh, yep, that gave us the right amount. And let's get this bought. And it's something interesting about this used mod. It doesn't come with, like, it seems like they're repairing the vehicles already with this new used equipment mod, which I think makes complete sense. Like, you're buying from a dealership a used piece of equipment. They're gonna maintain it. They're gonna at least do an oil change before they sell it to you, or they should. Unless you're at a really cheap buy here, pay here place, I guess. And we'll definitely still clear the debt today. And we have two vehicles, or two tractors. This is, I'm talking, guys, this is a fun way to play. I'm having a blast right now. But we need to find our fertilizer. We do know there's some in the field and the rest at the dealership. So let's go ahead and hook up here. We'll get that filled up. We'll switch to grass. And I am going to go snag that fertilizer. And we'll keep an eye on the harvest, but I do want to get started on getting the field planted here. I think this is a wise decision on how we're going to spend our time the rest of year one. It does say year two on top, but this is definitely what we're considering year one. August through December was doing contracts to get ourselves a balance established and the line of credit established, and now it's time to go. After this, we got 9 more years to hopefully make 1 million liters in oil. And if it doesn't happen, you have my promise. We're going to keep playing until we do on this playthrough. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a long series, especially with doing these smaller episodes. We're not going to do a year at a time. It should be fun, though. I'm in it for the long haul, guys. And we got a full grain cart for the second time since we started planting. We're almost done with that grass field, so this plan's working pretty good. We can see we have a decent amount left still to harvest here. And almost another, 50% full, 57% full on this trailer again. Peas, man. What a way to make money. But looking good, 88% here. Let's go ahead and finish this. And then we can think about some tillage that we're going to want to do to get rid of the tram lines. But progressing pretty good, just noon right now. Still got a little bit of time to go, and we did get it looks like we hit the hour mark because we're at 3,700 now. I think we were around 6,000. So I don't think we're at risk for that to hit again. So we should be good financially right now. We might take a little bit of money out to get a cultivator. Though with the direct drill, maybe we'll just lease that since we don't need it long term. Yeah, maybe that's the plan. And I think that was a pretty good use of our time there. Go ahead and lift. I'm going to drive in and get the fertilizer while we still have time to wait for the harvester. We'll get as much as we can in here and get a good start on the other grass field when the time comes. So we will need to buy more, but I want to burn through this before we do that. That's my normal process when we're financially tight. Got some wheel slippage. I wonder if wider tires would help if there's an option on this tractor, but I don't think we'll be doing this very often, so I think it might be okay just this one time. Who knows what equipment we'll have next time we harvest. But that's gonna get to 100%, and they're still gonna be pretty full. So we're gonna have to get to the store real quick and then unload them. But I think it's time to just kind of focus on finishing this harvest so that we can then get some cultivation going and then get the grass planted. And more money coming in here on peas. So we'll be able to get that line of credit paid off again instantly here. And we're keeping, like, used market stuff pops up all the time. So we're keeping an eye on that now. $87,000 more, guys. Whoo-wee. So make payment should just be the full amount, no interest on that $35,000 we took out, and we have $55,000 in the bank still and more to make. And while this is unloading, let's go ahead and purchase that cultivator. We will go with the John Deere one and get this purchased. It's a start. You know, we'll get bigger equipment eventually. I love the possibility of the progression, like I've said probably a million times already in this playthrough. And another like $22,000 going in the grain cart right now. A massive harvest for us. And back at it. I think what we're gonna actually do right now is drop this, and we're gonna go grab the cultivator and do as much as we can to get a head start here. There also seemed to be a little bit of an overlap, and I want to kind of check this out right here. Is lower it, lock into place, and then enable fields and just cruise around. Yeah, look at all that extra that we're gonna get there just by doing that. And then the tree line becomes a problem. We'll start chopping some trees down and selling them if we need to. But I think the tree line we might want to do a little layer of it. But I don't think we'll do the whole field. I'm just going to do this outline, and then we're going to target all of the tram lines after that. And I think that'll set us up pretty good. Then we'll come back here, lock into place, lower, and finish that headland. That's good. So that'll get us a little bit more yield, and I just was watching it plant. It's just, I don't know. It made sense. I think I did have a comment that said to do this on one of the fields too, and it might be something on these custom maps where it makes sense to just do this no matter what. Oh, I shut off fields enabled too. So we'll have to redo that line. We're just gonna bump this out of the way. And I think that worked okay. Let's lift though. We're gonna redo some of that. You can kind of see where that line is. Such a small amount, but makes me feel better. All right, I think that's good for fields enabled. Let's shut that off. And I did see a couple spots that I just wanted to target first so I can get the John Deere going on planting right away while I finish up the cultivating. So I'm gonna grab this section first. We'll have to go over it a couple times, I guess. Like right there. And then, whoops, go back around. Oh, you can kind of see where the tram line is established. So we can go ahead and lower now and just cut across here. And then they haven't done that yet. So let's check this. Whoops. Let's check this other side. Oh, they do need unloaded. Look at that perfect distance away from it. I don't think we'll quite fill this up all the way again, but another 60, 70,000 bucks maybe would be awesome. All right, we're just going to cruise on this third headland here. And it seems like that might handle most of it, if not all of this tram line. It's like the perfect width of an implement, and they just lined up perfect for us. So we'll do this. We'll get over to that other side where they're harvesting now, and potentially we might... Do I need fields enabled for this whole thing? I think we might. Let's go ahead and turn it back on, just in case. Okay, so I think it might be fine just doing tillage here, but I thought it was like a deep cultivator, and maybe this won't be enough. And if that's the case... I said before, I think this is a bug. I don't think this was the intended... It makes no sense to me. We shut off precision farming, and we still have the tram lines, and we have a no-till drill or seeder. It just doesn't make sense to me. Not as lucky with this one to lock in, but just cruising over. And I'm looking at this. I don't think it's actually... Oh, maybe it is. Let's just stop worrying and guessing, and let's just wait till we find out for sure. Harvest is done. Oh, did we get close enough? Did we get close? That's embarrassing. Another 20,000, but let's get this returned right away. Let's go Massey, and we will return it, and the header as well. $46,000 in the bank right now. Let's go see how high we can get this total. I mean, and now I'm curious, how much lettuce do we have right now? About $70,000 worth. Yeah, we're tracking good. And last time selling peas today, and then we'll take a look at what our harvest income total was. We won't know the liters, but we can look at the dollar amount in the financial statistics. Pretty nice, $109,000. I do feel confident in paying off the line of credit right now because we can just take one out. Let's go ahead and close that, and let's apply for the max. It's gonna put us at $311,648 for our new line of credit, which when you add that up is $420,000 for us to make decisions with. But we will need to lease some mowing equipment before the year's over, and we have that other $70,000 to make as well. So yeah, we might, gosh, we probably should have looked to see if there's anything else left to harvest before we return that and maybe bought a field, but let's see if we made a mistake or not. No, I don't think there's going to be anything ready to harvest. It's all, what, 2 crop types here, huh? Plowed, yeah. Something with the map, I think they do have it configured that way. Let's get the trailer put away. I think we're safe. There's one area I want to make sure, but I think we're safe to get the seeding started of the grass while I finish the cultivating. But I do want to head over to this area and get that. Yeah, we'll get that pass right there, and this one just in case they catch up before we get to it. We'll prioritize that first, and this one right here. And looking at the finances, we brought in $322,350,000 on that harvest. Oh, don't do that. Just run into all your lettuce. All right, let's lift. Let's go ahead and get over to those areas first. Not sure what direction they are going to start that way. That's in our favor. That gives us more time. So let's go right here. We'll go ahead and just lower it. Doesn't really matter at this point. And get this line and then go behind us. And we should be able to get there before they do. Yeah, and this is the last little, call it danger zone, I was worried about them getting to before we did. And we'll loop around and follow it. But after that, we'll do the inside passes we haven't done, and this field should be fine moving forward. We'll check fertilizer. We might do another application of that in August. But we already did right there, so now it should just be turn here. And just, yeah, let's redo that one. Kind of missed a little bit, but these lines are now driving me nuts. All right, let's get it done. All right, tram lines should all be gone, and I want to see in the map if there's a way for me to see this. And I am remembering that we didn't need to buy that cultivator, but we might use it at some point. So it does show all as seed bed. The center's showing a little bit of plowed, potentially, or stubble tillage. Harvested. I think that means we'll be good. And I wanted to check on how they're doing capacity-wise. We're going to need some solid fertilizer. And seeds probably going to be okay. So let's go ahead and... We are lifted, right? Yep. Okay, let's go take this back to the farmyard. Grab the trailer, and I think we're going to take it into the dealership and try to get it reconfigured for us. Because the next time we're going to use it is definitely going to be a bale trailer. But I also want to pick up some fertilizer and bring it home. You know, we'll clean up the mess here for the silo, but this isn't a bad thing to have this paved area here with the stones, the bricks. Nice little storage spot. There's the shop icon. Now I got to find the repair place, otherwise we're going to have to build our own. It is right here. Perfect. All right, so we should be able to reconfigure this for free. Yep. Perfect. And then for now, we'll just buy one. One more thing of fertile. Well, let's look at the map. We are only going to get a 50% yield. So yeah, we'll slow roll it. We'll buy one today, and I think this will get us through the rest of planting. And if it doesn't, we'll buy more. Yeah, and this will come in handy for the silage bales when we do them and for selling the lettuce. Be a lot of trips probably with the bales, but it's got to do what we got to do here early on so we can get some bigger equipment, bigger trailers. Driving around crazy trying to find a spot to park this, but I think we can just put it on the places that have been planted already. Might as well. That grabbed one so far away. The line. Okay, so I'm taking over now and kind of finding some of this comical at this point. This is the pass here. Let's just lower it and just, filling all this in. The tough area is done. But we can see some got missed by the worker. And now that we're freed up, we should be able to get this done a lot faster than they would have. And it's like it doesn't line up the same as course play. Oh, it's good. It's good. All right. Can we fill up from here? Let's get closer. Let's just give ourselves a good starting spot here with a full thing of fertilizer. And let's get busy. Yeah, with the tricky parts done, I did want to pop in here and change this screen again. And see, yeah, it does show grass everywhere, so I think we should be good. Just using fertilizer, let's lift and then lower. But I think we should be good. The tram line should be gone, and I think the problem is solved for the rest of the playthrough on this field. All right, a little more than halfway done, and I think we're gonna have enough fertilizer to finish this. Going pretty good, other than me hitting buttons a little too fast. Trying to be patient. I think the field looks pretty cool right now. Happy with our progress, though. Using our time wisely here in July. I do want to do one more thing before we end today's video. I want to learn a little bit about the junk that we find and how we can make money off of it while fishing. So I did a little bit at the beginning of the session. We're going to, after we're done planting here, the grass, we're going to do a little bit of fishing until we see one of those payments from finding the junk while fishing. Then coming down the last home stretch here of seeding the grass. We should get one cut, and if we don't, I'm gonna feel real silly, but I think I did the math right. We should be cutting it, I think it's October or November. July, August, September, it should be October. So that'll be good, and then we can get it all ready for planting again in March. And next episode, we'll definitely be looking at what to do with the money that we've come into with the extra line of credit. But let's find out about this fishing stuff. It's nice to have our own. We have 2 little ponds that we can fish in. All right, I'm getting a little better at it. Not the best still. I find it hard to keep it steady. Be nice on, like, I bet if you like remapped this to the brakes or something, or the gas pedal, I bet that would, or maybe one of the triggers would be better than a button, because you can like control the pressure on a steering or a pedal or a trigger better than you can on just a button. 'Cause it's all or nothing with a button. I mean, we're just getting, that's 2 fish so far. I want the junk, guys. I want the junk today. All right, that's 1 piece of junk. I don't know. I think I've only caught 1 more in this session, so I don't know if it like saves over time or if it's just per session, but I did exit, I think. I don't remember. So we're just gonna keep grinding, and I'll update you when we should get some money from the junk, is the rumor I've been hearing in the comments. I haven't looked up to see any videos on it or anything because I wanted to experience it myself, so let's see what happens. Gigantic salmon. Hey, there's some more junk. Hey, there's our $1,000. Okay, so you collected 5 trash items. We got $1,000. Hobby collector. Okay. Pretty cool. It's good to know that we can do that, but we got 2 grass fields planted. We made over $300,000 in selling peas today. We have another $70,000 and growing of lettuce. And one thing I was eyeing is this farm across the way. I was seeing if we could figure out how to financially afford it soon, but I don't think we're gonna do that. I'm liking the fact that we're building our own thing, and this might not be a large enough farmyard long term. That might turn into like a greenhouse. Like we might get a bunch more greenhouses, and we probably will build another one next episode to start doubling down on lettuce and just expand it. Maybe this direction. I'll look into some options there next time. But lots of lettuce building up here. Lots of money coming in. We need a ton more. We need over 4.5 million just to build the factories, but it's progressing nice. Welcome back to the oil challenge. We have 2 greenhouses behind me. I did put this down at the end of July. So after we finished last episode, it is now October. We're getting ready to cut the grass and lease some equipment for that, but we got a ton of lettuce here and a ton of lettuce over here as well. And if we even go into the menu, we can see we have 20,000 in reserves here, and Just a little bit over here, just 1,000 or 100. Did we fill this up yet? Looks like we got one more to spawn, and then we'll start getting them in reserves there as well. But taking a little peek at time-saving stock check, looking at $141,000 worth of lettuce in February. So pretty solid. But let's go ahead and spend a little bit of money on some leases here. We're gonna go to mowers. And because I feel fancy, we are going to spend $23,000 on the Crone. So let's get that home. That'll be the first thing we're going to do, and then we'll need to lease a baler. And we might want to look into a better trailer at this point, now that we have a little bit of cash, but really trying not to dip into that line of credit yet unless we see something we absolutely need and feel like we want. And we might take a look here, depending on what time we get done, we might take a look at some fields. Like, what is going on here? Is this withered? Soybeans ready to harvest. Man. Potential 38,000 yield there, or 38,000 liters. Ben might be looking at selling that to us. Not sure how expensive it is, but first things first, let's take care of our property. We'll do the small field first, and then the big field, and then we'll get the baler out to help us with the wrapping. And we got to make sure this is in the right working set, otherwise this is going to be pretty annoying. So we want to go swath dropping here, and that should start cutting it into a nice swath. And my goodness, going 14 miles an hour is so smooth in this machine. Definitely get this done super fast. I think what I'll do is I'll cut all of this field, and then we'll set up course play on the next one while I go get the baler and get rolling on that. I did not do the second application of fertilizer. I totally forgot. So this yield is not going to be as good as it could have been, but that's completely fine. This is just some extra income, just taking advantage of the field while we have it available to us to not need a crop in it. We could have planted something like wheat or barley and waited till next summer, but I figured it was a good opportunity to make a little bit of cash here before the year ends. So let's just get focused here. It shouldn't take too long to get this done. And this thing does feel real smooth to drive, though. Real nice. It's been a long time since I've used this piece of machinery here, but we got the first field done. A little sad that I forgot that I didn't do that second application of fertilizer, but it's kind of makes sense. Like, we don't have a spreader ourselves, so you know, the extra money probably would have counterbalanced buying one or leasing one for sure, but you know, it is what it is. It's extra cash that we wouldn't have made if we didn't make this decision to begin with. I'm gonna do one machine and 2 headlands here, and we'll let them go on their merry way. As they're started there, we got to keep up with them. So let's remember our horsepower here. Looks like we have 192 on the John Deere, and the Kubota has 200. So let's look at balers now. And I don't know, is there a square one that does wrapping? I don't think there is. I think we'd have to get a mod for that. So we're gonna go with the new one from the DLC, the new claws from the Highland Fishing expansion. We'll go ahead and get that leased and go pick it up with the Kubota and start getting the bales wrapped over here. Get that grass picked up, and you know, the leasing costs now are around $30,000, so the prices aren't great for silage here, so we'll see how that helps us. 20 minutes it looks like it's going to take to cut that field on course play, which is super nice. Not too bad at all. Hopefully we can get the baling done before that's done. And away we go with the baling here. And I think there's only one size for this, right? I don't think we can adjust the size of the baler or the bale. So we'll just cruise along and do these ones. I think they're like 3,500 liters each, so it's going to be a decent amount of bales. We'll see how we do on this field, and then we should do a lot better on the other field. It's much bigger. And wrapping our 4th bale already, working around the headland. So pretty good. I think it's good. We'll see. So I mean, they're about $350 each bale at its peak price, which doesn't really fluctuate on this map, which is what we learned last episode. Kind of why we thought about doing this. We knew it'd be some instant cash. So once it turns to silage next month, we'll be able to sell it right away at the top price. So 4 down, and hopefully another 4 to go on this field would be a nice start. And then we'll get on to the bigger field and keep making progress, and hopefully we have enough bale wrap and netting so we don't have to spend a little bit more money. Just, you know, because it would feel better to not spend money. All right, done with the first field. We did end up getting 10 bales. And we're just going to go straight over to the other field and get started. I'm even going to put this on a worker as well. We're going to start moving bales around with the trailer, but also we're going to take a look at other fields and see if there's something else that we can double dip on here in October that we would like to keep long term. We're not going to do any field flipping, so I'm not going to buy something that we're not going to keep. So just keep that in mind. But we're going to get this started, and then we'll start looking into that real quick. But before we get started on that, let's grab the bale trailer, and we're going to go make sure that all the bales that are around the headlands are going to be out of the way, so that they can continue on the rest of the ups and downs, and the mower won't run into it. You know, all the good things we normally do when we do silage. It's been a while on this channel, but we're getting there. We're getting into it here. And there's the first one dropping. Not too bad. Yeah, so this setup's not the best on this bale trailer. We probably could reconfigure it a little bit for auto load, but we'll get by. Number 6 here is definitely something I'm interested in. It's from Noah, no discount, but we absolutely could afford it. And let's go visit. Yield bonus of 32%. What is going on there? Man, and then we'd need that silo again unless we were able to sell soybeans right away. Well, I mean, we could either way. It's just, is it in our best interest? It is not. Okay. Gonna give that a little bit of a thought. Do a little bit of work here. Get these bales out of the way, make sure everything's going good. Make sure we get the crone returned when it's done. And then we'll make a decision. Gonna think through it though. I need to look at the finances and see if I think it's worth it. I do like the proximity of it. Walter one with a discount would be 72% yield bonus, and corn. How is corn prices? Yeah, they're pretty low too, and they won't be till June. So these are things that we're gonna make an investment on, but not see the return until June. Is it worth it? So that's all we're gonna fit, huh? All right, let's go ahead and unload them here. We will just leave them in the field for now. So I think what we're gonna do, let's go ahead and look at that price again. 115. So let's take out 116 of the line of credit. We have 311 available to us, so this isn't gonna drain it too bad, but we will have a payment again, $1,200. All right, let's go ahead and buy that field from Noah, and let's see if we have enough to lease what we need here now. So we're gonna need the bale, or we're gonna need to switch the flatbed bale trailer back to a grain cart. A 5,000 for that? That's not bad. Man, wonder if we should have just bought that this time around. As we're driving, they have finished the work on mowing, so let's make sure we get that returned and we don't forget and end up paying next month. Under vehicles, we will find the crone and return it. It looks like we were at 0.4 hours, so did not get the extra payment there. Very good. 22 minutes left on the baling. That'll be a little bit more with all the stopping. See, it just turned to 39 minutes. I don't know why it does that. I think it's probably when it slows down when it gets full. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm back to 22 minutes. So yeah, I'm guessing around 25, 30 minutes there. Yeah, and those bales, once we do that second headland, all those ones that are down, we're gonna pick up before we swap the trailer back out. The rest of the bales could just sit in the field because we're not gonna do anything with both the grass fields between now and when we're gonna pick up the bales to sell them. So I think it'll be a good opportunity to swap back over, get the grain cart going so we can help unload this. Not a huge field. I did say I don't believe in field swapping. If we keep it for a couple years and then sell it, I feel like it would be best to sell it in a similar state as we purchased it. But we'll probably end up keeping these. Like worst case, these smaller fields that we have, like this is a good sized field, but on this map, it's really not. They're getting started there. So the point I was trying to get at there before I cut myself off was that worst case scenario, we'll get to the point where we turn those into farmyards and maybe one of them will turn into the long-term solution for where we're going to, oh, we're getting some lag, where we're going to put the oil production. So that's something we're definitely keeping an eye on, is a large enough field, or if not multiple fields, to put all 18 of those oil productions. And that's a little ways down the road before we're gonna have to worry about that, but it's definitely something that I am keeping in the back of my head, so we remember that is a necessity in this playthrough. And definitely just going to focus on these bales that are close to where they're going to turn around and cause issues with backing up and all of that, so that we can just focus on running the grain cart, like I said. So there they go, doing pretty good with our 32 yield our bonus for soybeans. Yeah, that's not going to fruit much, is it? So we will get that silo that we sold last episode back. That was probably silly. We did end up losing $10,000 in that deal with those two transactions. But, you know, no one's surprised with my content, right? That happened. I'd be shocked if you guys were. But with the yield as low as it is, I might wait on buying the silo until we fill up the grain cart. I mean, it's crazy to think that we might not get enough for that, but who knows? 32% is nothing, and that field's not super huge. It is going to take a little over an hour to do the harvest, but they've been rolling for a little bit of time, and they're only at 12% full. And as I'm driving up, I'm remembering on this map, we do get straw from soybeans. So we'll be able to bale up this field as well while we have the baler lease. This is actually pretty ideal. But they did the headland and only got under 2,300, sorry, liters of soybeans. So I believe they're starting their second headland here once we get out of their way. And just start unloading them, even though they don't really need the relief yet, but we'll go ahead and do that. And you know, my new favorite thing to do while my workers take care of everything is head on over to our pond. And I think I might, what's the payment going to be? The line of credit payment's going to be about $1,300. So let's target that. I'm going to do some fishing. I'll see you guys in a little bit. There we go. So that didn't take too long, and we definitely got enough money there. It was about $1,500 that we made already. And that's a good money maker. I'm actually pretty impressed with that. So, thinking through though a little bit here, I don't think we can leave it in here anyways. We're gonna have to move the bales next month, so we are gonna have to get a silo. And they're turning around to start the ups and downs. It's gonna be a little bit of a time of a harvest here. And how's the baling going? Going pretty good. They got about 13 minutes left, but we're gonna follow them around, start unloading them, probably take over one of the jobs here momentarily. Let you know when anything fun happens. Okay. I think I might be looking at this wrong, guys. Silage is worth $102. Grass is worth more. We're gonna sell these bales today. So, I mean, I will finish this harvest, but we're going to sell the grass bales today. There's no reason to wait till November. The price doesn't fluctuate enough. That's weird. I don't know if... Whoops, I guess I can't unload them this way. We'll go around the other way. I don't know if that was intended or if that's a weird thing with this map. I thought silage wasn't worth much on this, but, you know, we did spend a little bit more money on a baler leasing it. And they are getting wrapped, but yep, we'll do a nice little selling session once we get done with this harvest, which is going really good. Boy, we might be looking at a better trailer though already, a bigger trailer just for bales. So we do have a little bit of cash, so I think I am going to do that right now. And transportation here, we'll go with the farm tech because I love it. We'll go ahead and buy that. And then actually after I unload them on this pass here, when they turn around, we'll do the full pass and then we'll go get that other trailer. Pick up as many bales as we can and start getting those sold. Let's see, grass is going to go to the co-op, so we'll figure out which one of the tipping points it is over there, but I think we know it's going to be the same as the lettuce. Oh, which I did record a whole episode where I sold some lettuce, and the microphone was ruined. All the sounds were ruined, so you guys didn't get to see that, but I did discover where we sell the lettuce, and I'll show you, or where we sell non-grain near the pits. And I'll show you guys that in a little bit. And that change, buying that other bale trailer, may allow us to keep it all in here, because looking at this field, I'm not sure we're going to get another 75% full of this. We might, but like I said, I'm not buying that silo, so we absolutely have to. All right, let's let that go. We'll leave the grain cart here for now. We're going to head, that's a bush. We're going to head on in and get the new bale trailer and fill that up with bales and start selling some grass. Really glad I noticed that grass is worth more than silage. Can we get more on this? No. No, that's got to be as high as it stacks. There it goes. Okay, so 126,000 liters of grass. Let's go sell it. All right, so it should just be next to the pit. And what we're going to do is go ahead and slow down, unstrap them, and they should just sell. They didn't. They didn't sell. All right, let's mark the spot. So here, we'll tag. It says 15 feet away. Oh boy. Well, let's strap them back in. Let's go over the pit. Actually, we're gonna use super strength real quick and try to figure this out. If we go right here, will it sell? No. Right here? No. Oh boy. Or this other place. Well, if the other place works, I think I would rather do that than fight this for an hour or so. Well, yeah, let's drive. It is just 2,500 meters or feet away, so not too far. So we'll go check it out. See more of the map. That's fine. Just don't see anywhere else here that would make sense. But before we do that, let's get the baler going on the next field. 20 by 80 is what this place is called that we're looking for. I'm not sure what that is, so we'll see. It seems to be at this other farm, though. Right across from ours. It'll be interesting. As long as we can find a place to sell grass, I'm fine. Otherwise, we're going to have to put down a sell everything location, which it is what it is. Interesting. And I don't know if this is going to work either. There's probably notes somewhere that he has for this on how to sell things. But I don't think I have icons hidden. Yeah, everything's on. So let's do the same thing we just did. We'll just cruise around. If we lose the bales, we'll just pick it up with auto-loading. But I have a feeling you gotta put it in the silo somehow and tip the bales like that. So, okay. We will be putting a sells everything location near our farm. All right, that cost us $1,300 or $100. Jeez, Chris, that cost us just over $1,000. Not too bad, but it is gonna be right here. Let's see if the silage price has changed by doing that, just in case. No. Stayed about the same. So let's go ahead and cruise over here. We will sell this for more than silage would be. Interesting. All right, there we go. Not a ton of money. And I think I don't know if we made a profit on this. I'll let you guys, I'm not even going to go back and look at what our leasing costs were for the mower. I don't think we made a profit, but we got some soybean straw, hopefully. Not everything's going to be a big win, but it definitely was worth filling the time. And we learned. Silage and grass, not too great on this map. Why is it wrapping these? That's weird. This is hilarious. We definitely didn't turn a profit. Somebody yelled at me when I leased that big, the big mower, the Crone mower. What is going on with this? There we go. All right, another 10,000 there. Yeah, I want to know. It was 23,000, so we about broke even, and the baler's making us more money on the soybean straw, so I think we're okay. Not necessarily a loss today, but let's get all the soybean straw picked up, and the harvester surprisingly is at 80% full, so we'll have to unload that soon. But yeah, I don't think we'll do a cover crop. I think we'll just kind of skip time next time. I don't think it's worth it until we have our own equipment. Trying to sneak up here and get them unloaded before they turn around. so they can just finish the harvest without us having to worry about it. And I think we did it. They should stop, let us unload. Nice. I think we will be able to leave all the soybeans in the grain cart until July or June. I think it might be June. So they're making good time. And we're going to unload this, and we absolutely can leave this stuff in the grain cart until time to sell it. Not a very exciting number of soybeans going in this grain cart here. We will barely get, well, we're going to get under 20,000. And looking at peak prices, 1,500, so about $30,000 worth of soybeans. Yeah, that's not fabulous. Yeah, just under 2,000 or 20,000, so not the best. But we are done harvesting today, so let's go ahead and return the Massey Ferguson again for the second episode in a row. $37,000 in our account right now. I was hoping we were able to pay off that 100,000 with the grass and the straw here, but not very favorable on this map for these type of commodities. So we'll do the best we can and finish up this baling, and I think we might get a full load of bales. I think right now this is about $5,000 worth. Let's look at time saving stock check. Oh, yep, $5,900 worth. Not great. Not great. I think it is time to follow them and just unload so they don't get stuck anymore. Not too much left to do. Made pretty good use of October here, but this might be the first day of mistakes. Definitely think we went a little overboard being lazy and leasing the crone, causing this to be not so profitable today. This field is fine. I'm not worried about it. We'll get it in good shape. We're going to treat all 3 fields with lime and then start treating them every other harvest with lime to maximize our yield bonus as much as possible. So we'll lose 5% on that second harvest, as I was reminded. Thank you in the comments. And that's why the 87% compared to the 97% on the 2 fields last episode was because we were on the 3rd phase of needing, or almost needing, lime. As you can see on the map now, field 20, we go over to the right screen, absolutely needs lime. So it makes sense. I think the time has come for us to take over the baling. So we'll get this all done, and I will see you on the other side. Well, we got a little bit of rain in here, and I just need to turn around and do one tiny little pass. I think that is going to be the last bale we're going to get. We did not have to buy any more netting, which is nice. And once I took over baling, it stopped wrapping. I don't know why Courseplay was wrapping the bales, but I doubt we'll even get close on this last pass. But we do have unload early, so I am going to turn around and get this little area I missed to get a couple more dollars. I mean, that might be maybe $1 extra. Let's go ahead and get that unloaded. And then we can return the baler and get that returned. Served us well. And I think we will have to do 2 trips here. So we'll get the first load completely full, come back for the rest. And gosh, some ground deformation in here going on with the rain. Not bad. All right, let's go make like $500 here. Yeah, learning the economy of this map is going to be interesting. We got, you know, lucky that peas weren't nerfed on it, but I'm going to look into the XMLs and see how much it's nerfed. It seems like it's about 1/3 of what silage is usually worth. So, quite the decision by No Creek Farm. No Creeks? No Creek Farms? I forget what it is, if it's No Creek or No Creeks. All right, there's the first load sold, about $8,000. Let's go get the rest. I had to double check. It's No Creek Farms. Good guy. Talked to him a few times. Good guy. All right, last little bit getting sold for the day. And there we go, another $3,000. So we're at $49,000. Let's make a decent payment to the line of credit here. We're going to go ahead and I think we'll just pay 40,000. Should be good. We'll be able to fish to make money over the next few months if we need to. So, you know, might be considered the first setback in the challenge. Not the best day financially for us. I did have a goal of having $1 million between the line of credit and money in the bank when we get to planting season next year. I think it's still within our reach, and we'll find out next episode. I'm Socksway Up. Thanks for hanging out. I will catch you on the next one. Welcome back to the oil challenge. We've got our tent set up. We've finally got somewhere to live. Well, today we're going to finally get to sell the lettuce. We're going to get through the entire winter and get us right up to planting season in year 2. We got a lot of lettuce to sell, but we need to start prepping these fields. And one of the things I'm thinking is, since we have this growth state, it's probably not going to allow us to plant, it's probably not going to allow us to put lime down. So our 2 grass fields, I think we're going to have to cultivate just because of a mechanic in the game, not necessarily because we need to. Yeah, looking at this field, it doesn't say it needs lime, but I think we're going to apply it just in case. And then the field, let's just hop to it. Number 6 here. Doesn't say it needs it, but the yield was pretty low, so I think we're going to try and apply lime to all 3 fields today. But let's go ahead and get, well, a couple things we're going to do. The sell everything place is going to go away. I did find, thanks to a comment on Itch, there is a picture for this map that shows exactly where the sales locations are. Creek Farms did a great job with that. I figured that was the case. I just wasn't sure how quick we could find it. So we are going to sell that, get that land back. And yeah, I'm going to clean that up real quick. That is much better. All right, let's get in the Kubota. We're going to just start with them cultivating up this grass field here. And I think we'll still keep the 50% fertilization, which will be really helpful, because then when we go to plants, we can put the second application of fertilizer down. So I'm going to just have a worker handle this for now, just get them started. Let's take a look at the used market before we go buying things. $220,000 for this. I just don't think we would get much use out of it. It's not a necessity. This T8020 would be pretty nice, but not a necessity for $100,000. Slurry we don't need. I mean, this would be cool if it did lime, but we don't have that mod enabled. So I think the thing... Awesome, they're getting started. The thing that I'm targeting, if we go in here, we need a spreader. And I want to use some of the new stuff. The Agri spread, I guess is how you would say that. The AS2100 SCS. It's going to be $62,500. We could try to find used. I do have this mod enabled, but I don't think we want to use that. I don't think it's that necessary. The boom, I haven't figured out exactly what this is for. I guess it says wind boom. So it'll help the spreader spread where it needs to when it's windy. But $62,500 is what we're going to need. And I think we're going to wait until after we sell the lettuce to buy that. So if we look at our line of credit right now, we do have $67,000 taken out. Payment this month is going to be $900. So, whoops, sorry, get out of your way there. So I think what we're going to do, cultivation in November. Let's remind ourselves when prices are going to get good. Lettuce says February. Right now we have 168th. Yeah, this is awesome. So let's try to map that out over here. It is on its way up. It says January on this chart. So I think it's time to take this away from this guy. And we're just going to get some cultivation done. And I'm going to do it myself because it is a small cultivator, but we might as well do as much work as we can and save some money on workers. So let's go ahead and we'll start looping right here. Just kind of move forward and get this done. I don't like starting with the ups and downs. I like doing the headlands first. Yeah, we will eventually start using the little speed override here and get it done quicker. But it should be pretty quick November. We'll keep an eye on things that do show up in the used market, just in case anything good does pop up. But other than that, I'm just going to get real focused on cultivating. And the first field appears to be done. We are going to double check the map. I want to make sure everything looks correct and we don't show any grass on here. And it looks like that is the case. Nothing says growing. It just says it is stubble tillage. And now we're going to go to the next field. But we are going to do something a little different with the next field. There is that weird little turn where there's that tree. We're going to remove the tree. We're going to get the tree sold today, make a little bit of money off of that, and make the field a little bit easier to manage. And I think what we'll do is, instead of, you know, whoops, block into place, keep going. Instead of, you know, driving over there and then starting, we're just gonna start cultivating. We're gonna head that direction, and once we get there, we will get out and probably have to purchase a chainsaw. I don't think we've done that yet on this playthrough. But we should be able to just, like, fields enabled right now. We have that on. We did clean up this field, and I probably should have done this then, but let's see. I'm gonna lock in with the other mod here. Go all like that. It didn't lock in, but I think it'll be okay if we lock back in here. And let's go ahead and lift and take a look at that now. I think that did pretty good there. All right, so let's go ahead and hop out. And let's see, we have no chainsaw. And I'm not sure everything here that's required to get cut down. I do know this tree will be probably this bush. We'll see. But let's go ahead and start with the tree here if we can see what we're doing. And it's yellow everywhere. Are we really gonna have to cut? Well, why? We can't cut this down? Weird. All right, let's get lower. Find the right location that we can cut this down. And because of the way it's behaving, I think we are going to have to use lumberjack to get rid of the stump. I'm not even going to try stump grinder. Or we'll use easy dev controls, not lumberjack. Wow, how long is it going to cut for? Where's it going? Chainsaw's going all the way off screen. There it goes. All right, for my sanity, I'm moving this out here with super strength. All right, we got that moved. Yeah, I don't know the rest of this, if it's actually... Yeah, this is one right here. Get these chopped down as well. They should all fall down. And is this... I don't see anything else. Maybe this one? All right, so we got this cleared up just so we could see. The stumps have been removed. And now I need to kind of trim this. And it's now it seems to be playing a little bit nicer with us. It seems like something with this tree, guys. I don't know. It's a box elder. I haven't done much lumber work with these. All right, that chopped it pretty good. We'll do another cut here. We're going to grab the John Deere. We're going to load it up real quick. And just going to be completely honest with you guys, that this little bit of doing lumber work just confirms we're not doing any lumber in this series. I was going to do like a decent amount in the winters to supplement our income a little bit, but... It's not for me. I don't enjoy it. I do not. So many things I'd rather do than cut down trees, and have actually a decent amount in real life that I'm going to have to take care of here. Probably going to happen in the spring because I didn't get to them before our first snow, which is crazy. It did all melt already, but it is so cold. And based on everything that I've been reading, we're going to have a killer winter this year. So it'll be interesting. Might mean we get a little bit extra content on the channel, though, when it comes to deep winter. But I'm going to try to get all of this loaded up, and we'll figure out where we can sell wood on this map. I'm not 100% sure. We'll take a look at that diagram that I was talking about and go from there. But yeah, totally abusing super strength, and I don't feel bad. And we have a high demand apparently for wood right now, which is nice if we can figure out the location. So we'll tag that, and we are going back to that one spot, the one spot that we know so well. And if I can't find it, we will take a look at the diagram. And those of you wondering, the bale selling location is back here. And yeah, I'm going to pull up the diagram now. It says pallet/wood is right next to the grain selling point, which is pit 1. We should be able to come right here, unstrap, and then walk right here, and boom. So that's $7,000. That's not bad for that one tree. And a little bit of shrubbery. Not bad at all. And that should allow us to get right back into creating this field. Beautiful. Now I'm kind of tempted to just kind of, well, kind of mess that up. Let's go ahead and just get back to like a normal cadence here of, well, think through it here, Chris. What do we want to do? Let's not go too far because we do need to create fields. But we'll just do this naturally, guys. Let's get it done. So even though we redid the outline, it still overlaps a little bit. So that's something I'm not necessarily going to worry about moving forward. It was something I was kind of interested in when we did it, was kind of wondering, is this a map issue or is this a game issue? And it looks like a game issue with that overlap on the headland there. Now, I don't know if it's the width of the auto steering or the steering assist, or if it's the width of the implement being a little bit off. I'm sure that's a tough one to debug. So just not necessarily complaining about it, just acknowledging it and knowing that we need to use it as kind of a workaround to not necessarily worry about if that's perfect or not. All right, so what I'm kind of wondering, let's go ahead and get fields enabled. I want to see, let's not lock in, but we are going to go across here, lower. Now, if we get this regenerated now, if we come over here, it is still going to, all right, look, I think you just got to do the inside here. Get the actual field configured the way it's going to be, and then you can do all the cultivating. Just trying to be a little fancy with it, but I think it'll be easier just to do it this way. Now we know, and that'll be nice because then we can do the rest of the cultivation without having fields enabled and accidentally, you know, cultivating places we don't want to cultivate. Yeah, win-win, I think. All right, so if we lock in at our second headland like we were, and now we go in to regenerate this. Oh. So we do that, then we come over here. It is not wanting to regenerate. So if you do change a field like that, you want to regenerate it, it seems like you need to change the headlands, have it configured, then you can change it back if you wanted the number that it was. A little bit of a difficulty there. And we do have limit fields is what we want. So now we can just cruise around, get this cultivation done, and then we'll get to the prices of lettuce being pretty good so that we can get some funding to buy that spreader. And it looks like there might be a bulk lime station over there in the co-op area. So that could be something that we utilize to save a little bit of money if we can buy it in bulk instead of buying a bag at a time. And it looks like that spreader we're eyeing holds 9,000. So hopefully it's not a ton of trips. I know it uses a lot more lime without precision farming. And we're going to do that every other year. As long as it lets us. And we're just cruising here to finish up the cultivating. Got both the fields looking pretty good now. We can get our spreader. And I think what we wanted to do and we discussed doing was waiting until we could sell the lettuce in January so that we can just buy the spreader with cash. So let's go ahead. Let's get on home. Get our equipment put away, and what just went on sale? Oh, nice front loader. This thing I'm eyeing, but I don't know when we'll have a 400 horsepower tractor to be able to use it. $14,000 now. Also, if you guys are interested, the line of credit mod is now working multiplayer on my itch. I will try to, my itch, that's such a weird website, but I'll try to get that link in the description as well as the net worth mod. I did remove the buildings from it because I was having a hard time getting it to recognize what is our building and what is a building we have access to that we don't own, like the dealership, for example. So a couple issues with that I just kind of pulled a little bit of the functionality out, like we're talking about it now. So let's take a look. You can see we still have cash, stock, vehicles, farmland, and loans. Our net worth right now is $616,000. Pretty nice. All right, everything's shut off. We need to get a pressure washer soon. I started preloading some lettuce, and we do have the water automatically being filled into the greenhouses, so we don't have to do that anymore. So I think we're just going to make sure we have capacity over here. 14,000 out of 28,000, we should be good. And then over here, are we going to run out? Because we don't want to lose any cycles. Yeah, we'll be completely fine here. But we're going to go ahead, skip some time, get these prices looking pretty good, and to get the lettuce sold so we can keep progressing here. It is December. We're just doing a quick little lettuce price to see how things are progressing here. We got about $300 for it to increase. So we're going to go through a little bit more time. Let's slow down time. Nope, that was the wrong way. Wrong way. Slow down, please slow down. The header disappeared, but oh boy, this is the modded version. 250 horsepower is required. How much is the discount here? 32% off. So we could adjust this to do tillage, mulching, and a weeding as well. I think we've got to do that. I'm going to take out a little bit of money from the line of credit here. Bentley's barking. Not make payment. We want to draw funds. We're just going to do 32,000 because I didn't remember the amounts. And we're going to go ahead and get this purchase. Not enough money. Is it not working? Did we not? Oh no, we got a bug. Oh no, we got a bug. So we took 25,000. I'll have to fix that after recording. Let's go ahead and add 25,000. No, it was 32,000. Okay, it's not going to save to the XML. I need to just do we'll do some print screens here and we'll make sure things are right, but let's go ahead and get this purchased. Oh man, that's rough. Okay, looks like it is not saving the XML since I made it multiplayer. Oh boy, let's fix it. Okay, unless we find other bugs, this should be working. We're just going to take a good old dollar out. Yeah, and let's make sure. $1. Yep, it's working. Okay, so, and updated to itch already, guys. I apologize. I am not the best right now at multiplayer and single player mods. I'm learning though. Okay, so what we wanted to do was we were checking the price of lettuce. It looks like it says it's going to peak now in February, which is fun as it's ever changing, but we're trying to get it up to about $3,300. So now we're going to do the little song and dance, recheck the used market. We're good. And we're going to just constantly check, and I'm probably going to switch over to time-saving stock check to see this get to the right value. And at that point, we're going to go sell some lettuce. Okay, it never got to the peak, and the price is decreasing. So, again, we can't see at night on this, but we have 46,000 liters here. And we're going to try to drive if it'll let us. I think this is the spot to sell. Yeah, we did. And we made 152,000 on that load, so we're gonna struggle getting home. All right, we're at $251,000. Let's use the finance tab to give us an idea of what actually just happened there. $238,000 in products sold. That would be just lettuce. And let's get those lights. Oh, bright eyes, my eyes were hurting, guys. I apologize if I didn't edit it all out for you. Let's get home and let's hope this snow disappears after the morning so we can get those purchases going that we wanted to do. After all the fun lettuce selling, we're going to pay off our line of credit once again. Make sure it all withdrew. It did. We're down to 142, but if we go ahead and close that and apply for a new one, it increased it a decent amount, but now a little interested in that. It went up about 60,000, but we did spend some money, so that makes sense because we did get this trailer. We got the other tractor, so that's good. That is good. Okay. Next, what we want to do... Oh, and we got that other implement. That's right. So let's look for fertilizer spreaders. We looked at this earlier. So we are going to go ahead and buy this one. And we are going to take the John Deere. So that was the plan, to be able to pay for that with cash. So we still have close to $400,000 in the line of credit to be able to be used. And I think this year we have these 3 fields. I think what we're going to want to do is we're going to get them prepped with some lime. We are going to go check out the bulk liming station and see if we can purchase lime in bulk there. And then we're going to, get lime laid down. We're going to get these fields planted in spring, but we might eye buying equipment this time around. I think we really want to start adding to our fleet here and the inventory of implements, and probably get to the point where we can get our own combine, because the leasing costs are going to start hurting us. So that's, money that's not necessarily added to our net worth at all. Let's go ahead and connect there. And it's kind of interesting that The net worth mod has so much more money than the line of credit's giving us. I think that's something I'm gonna have to dig into and see if we can improve that to take into account a little bit more than farmland. I have a feeling it's not adding in the vehicles. When I programmed those two mods at the same time, so I kind of lost track of what I did on each one. And it was a couple months ago when I did the specifics on the collateral calculation. So anyways, open this up. Nice. We did not get the wind guards. I don't think it was, you know, no reason to spend the extra money. I don't think it actually changes the functionality of the implement. But let's go ahead and head on over. And based on the chart that No Creek Farms has shared, we should be able to find this bulk lime station, bulk lime buying station, and see about getting some lime. Appears to be in here, and can we open this? We can. Beautiful. So we're gonna cruise in here, clip the door, and then, oh, fancy. It's gonna automatically open, and we just say lime. Okay, let's go ahead and get this one open while we're waiting. This is awesome. This is pretty sweet. It looks like there's a shop here as well. Oh, we could buy standalone fertilizer. Did I accidentally do that? I hope I didn't. Oh no, that only charged me. Okay, it did charge us 400. I don't know if that's a good price or not. A good price. I don't know if that's a good price or not. And we just clipped something there. All right, let's head to the first field. We'll do the one that's closest. Well, let's do the farthest one. Let's do the one by the farmyard. We'll do the small field first, and that should give us a decent idea of how many trips back to the bulk buying station we're gonna have to do. But it says year 2, so February year 4 is when we'll target to do lime again. I don't know how this series is gonna go. But I do love the way we're playing, and I probably do say that pretty often on this series. But I'm not sure how it's gonna go, and I enjoy it. But that is a fact. So you can see here we're dropping about 200 liters there so far. We can go 11 miles an hour. And with the first field done here, we're gonna have about 20 or 48,000. Oh my goodness, 4,800 liters left. And we're not being super picky, but I am gonna do this little spot as we drive by. We're just gonna give it a little splash here that we missed. All right, let's go to the next one. We'll use what we have before we head back to the bulk station. But that field is all taken care of. And this is where it doesn't say it needs lime on these fields. So I don't know. It never worked before. So I don't play without precision farming a lot, guys. So this is all new to me that we have a yield decrease when we don't lime, even though it tells us we don't need to lime. I get the purpose of it, but it is somewhat confusing. I kind of think you should have a closer to precision farming type setting in here that shows different colors, kind of similar to weeds, how weeds has multiple colors. I think that would be a nice way to meet in the middle. You know, it always needs, you could always apply lime, but do you really need to apply lime is up to you. And that's not bad. Almost got around the headland here. So we're gonna now head back in and get another full tank full. Another full tank full. And see how far we get on this field. I think I'm gonna put a guess right now. 3 more on this field. I'm gonna say 5 more. 5 more loads. Let's use the honor system. What's your guys' guessing in the comments? How many more times are we gonna have to go to the bulk buying station today for lime? I say 5. So a total of 6. What's the total you think? And just cruising on in and getting some lime. Like what? This is pretty cool. So we have this like lime back here. We have all types of stuff. Pre-lime? What's pre-lime, guys? Educate me. And back at it with a fresh 9,000 liter load. Let's see how far we get. Well, 6 might be aggressive. So we're coming up on finishing another pass here. We might get the whole pass now that the field's getting shorter. And you know, honestly, I didn't harvest that field completely myself behind us. So I kind of have a skewed view on how I feel about the size of it. I don't really know yet, so doing lime will be good. We'll get a good feel for that, but that's 2 loads. I said 6, so I don't think we're going to need 4 more. I think it'll be closer to 5. Another $486 on lime. So one of the things that we're going to start transitioning to in this playthrough is looking at some of the things that came with the map, and that's something we're going to start aggressively going after. And I believe drying grain is one of the big things, so we'll look at the grain drying productions. I'm tempted to start doing soybeans this time around, but I want to see how those work, so I'll probably take a peek at that before we start this next field, just to kind of give me a break from doing lime. And we'll see the prices of those and see how close we are to building something like that over in the farmyard. And if I have mentioned this before, forgive me, but I think what we want to do is basically start getting rid of the small field by putting productions, more greenhouses, some sheds, maybe some barns and a silo that we're going to need eventually. So turning that into somewhat of a farmyard. I don't know if we want to go super aggressive at the farmyard there, or if we just want to go like crazy on greenhouses, because long term, I don't think that's going to be our actual farmyard. I think we're going to need something bigger, and the proximity to our fields is important to me, but like we mentioned and we show in the intro, it's going to be a large plot of land, and a large flat plot of land. We'll make it flat if we need to, where all of our oil productions are going to go. And so this is the oil challenge. We're going to get to oil long term, but I want to do a lot of different things throughout this playthrough to really mix it up so it doesn't feel real tedious. We don't want to just do canola and sunflowers for 10 years. All right, let's head on over to that other field. But before we get started, I do want to hop in the menus and take a look at those productions. And we could, yeah, over here will be fine to take a sample of these. So if we come down here, let's find the ones that look unique to us. Okay, so that's the AGI grain mod. Here's the Ray County one. Looks like we have an auger filling for a drying bin here for $47,000, and all those different crop types we could do. It does require propane. We have over here a way to make silage. We have another cheaper. I wonder if the capacity is less on that one. It looks like it is smaller for drying. Then we could have a propane tank as well. So I don't know if we need that or if we can just put that there. And then we have all the supermarket mods too that I was tempted to mess around with on a certain playthrough, so I've added it to the mod pack. So these aren't too bad price-wise. We could go with the big one, and it just doesn't show us the capacity right here, so I don't know if I can see them up here. Available, no. All right, so that's something to keep in mind. We'll probably be doing that next episode when we do planting and decide on what we're going to plant. It's probably going to be soybeans, like we already mentioned. And we will probably wait until harvest to buy those, because then we'll know what capacity we need. And I'll probably put one down at that point and kind of take a look at it. But after we're done with this lime session, we might do that as well. But let's get this done. We're still on our third load here. And I feel like this field's decent size. So getting this, you know, we're going to improve the yield by around 70% on this field compared to what we got last time. Night and day. So it didn't say it needed lime, but I have a feeling next year it would have said it needs it. So getting a head start on that. Heading on in to get load number 4 and back at it. It'll be interesting to see if we do need that 5th one. I think it'll be close. Really beating a dead horse with this, but I'm interested. I picked 6. I bet a bunch of you picked 5. Let's see what happens. Heading back in to get number 5 at this point. Now, if you haven't caught the Seasons of Thought on the More Farming Sim SWU channel, we're starting a little podcast there, and you probably noticed the new microphone, if you've seen me with the camera on before. Having a really hard time adjusting to not having to talk directly into the mic. one of the main reasons why I bought it, and I'm having a hard time adjusting to it. I thought I'd share that. So there's been some digital clipping that's been happening because of me talking into it, and just like learning a totally different setup here has been super weird. A lot of the times I'll talk down like this and it'll get a little bit deeper and a little bit louder. But really, I'm supposed to just kind of look at the screen, have it below me, and keep talking. So it's been an adjustment. It should sound a little bit better, a little crisper, a little more natural. But that's number 5. We're definitely not going to get 6, so I was wrong. All is good. And the last pass, well, not last pass, but the last load here, heading in to get her done. And now the last pass. The winner was 5, not 6. I lose. Starting to get a little bit of a collection of implements here. So next episode, we're definitely going to start expanding this farmyard as we were kind of talking about, and get to planting. We might buy another one of the cedars, if not 2 more of them. We need a campfire. We definitely need a campfire over here next. I think that would be a nice addition. But what we're gonna do is next, you know, we're officially in year 2, and we want to start making a little bit more progress. We went pretty conservative the first year with the line of credit that we had, and looking right now, we have just under $400,000 in the line of credit plus $77,000, so about $480,000 to play with. We're going to start looking at fields. We're going to start, you know, making sure we have everything we need. Right now, we have something for weeding, we have something for lime, fertilizer, planting, really everything besides a combine, and we do have the grain cart. So it might be land heavy year 2, but we also need a silo, we need some sheds, and eventually, you know, we might think about some animals. Some Highland cows might be coming. And yeah, let me know of things you'd like to see in this. This is going to be a long playthrough like we talked about. We're going to take it slow, we're going to enjoy the process, and eventually we're going to make 1 million liters of oil in 1 calendar year. I'm Socksway Up. I will catch you on the next episode. And welcome back to the oil challenge. We are eyeing field 21 as one that we may be purchasing today, but we're gonna get our 3 fields planted for sure, if not our 4th field, if that becomes ours. And I think we're gonna do a little mixture of crops. So in March, we'll be able to plant peas. I do want to put peas in field 6 since it had soybeans last time, and 21 will probably go ahead and purchase that and get peas put in that, and then we'll do soybeans in 19 and soybeans in 20. And you know, I'm tempted to get even 1 more field for soybeans. We did say we're going to use the line of credit this time, and I think I want to budget. Let's go ahead and let's take out $250,000 right now. That leaves us $145,000. I think we'll be able to figure out our needs for the combine pretty well with what we have left. So let's take a look at the map now. Now that we know a little bit of a budget we're giving ourselves, we have $327,000. Let's buy this one. 5% discount there, but we do get field 21, and 242 is what we have left. Kind of eyeing that. Do we want to go that big right away? How is the state? It does need lime, so we would need to get some lime applied. I think we do it. I think that is the plan. So what I'm gonna do is hook up to the spreader now. We'll head on over to the new field. We'll start getting lime put down on that. And I think, yeah, we'll take advantage of it still being February to get lime finished on this, and then we're going to start planting. Well, I think we won't. I'm gonna get over there, then we're gonna run back and camp, and we're gonna sleep, make it March, and start multitasking. We have 2 tractors. We might as well do 2 things at a time, and we just passed the field entrance. Great proximity on these fields. We should have, yeah, the road right there for that one, and the entrance right here. So said I didn't really want to buy this farm up here, but I'm starting to think we might want to, especially now that we have this field. There might be another entrance, but I feel like the best access is right here. All right, let's go ahead and shut that off. We're gonna head back to the John Deere. We are gonna sleep and make it March. And we'll probably get a worker doing the peas on that field while we do the lime. So we have this set to grass. Let's go ahead and change this, and we should be able to see, yes, I did install the mod that'll allow us to plant with a seeder soybeans. I like it. That's the way it was last game. That's how I prefer it. Let's get the fertilizer out of this right now because we do have enough fertilizer on the ground already for field 20. Let's take a look. Yeah, so 20 is already dark blue, so we don't need any fertilizer this time, but we are doing peas in this field, I think is what I want to do. I know I said the 2 fields to do crop rotation, but I think what I want to do is plant this one with pea. Well, you know what? I take it back. We are going to go all the way to the new field that has 1 application of fertilizer already. And we're gonna get rolling on that. So we should have 5 fields now. So 20 we might not even plant here on 20. We did talk about that last episode. We're gonna expand the farmyard. We're gonna get this rocking and rolling a little bit better here for places to leave our goods. Starting to get a lot of equipment around here, and it feels like it's getting to the point where they need somewhere to live too, not just outside. Yeah, that's pretty good right there. 513 to start with. So what we will do, man, I wonder if there's a bulk seed buying location too. If not, we need to get our own. But we will start with 1 seeder while the worker's doing it, and I am going to debate buying a second one this year, probably by the time I get to taking over with the planting. Ooh, we got a turkey on our field. But it is March, peas should work. Let's go ahead, we're just gonna hit the worker button. We're gonna hop on over here. And let's take a look at this field. So this is gonna drive us nuts, isn't it? Let's get out here and walk it a little bit. Other than respecting Ray County, Missouri, I don't see any reason in not improving this field. Yep, we're gonna not fish. We're gonna do it. And I don't see anywhere to cut this. So we're not even going to worry about the money. We're going to come in here, and I believe we should be able, if I can find the setting, delete object, and we should be able to come up here now. Let's close our chainsaw and everything. There we go. Now we should be able to just delete the tree. And that's what I'm going to prefer to do here. It would have been about 7 grand that we lost on that, so approximately about 14,000 that we've lost, but I'm not that concerned about that. I think this will definitely make me feel a little bit better about what we're doing. And let's jump in the sky just to make sure. These might need deleted. We'll go up to those and see if they need deleted, but we're gonna have to get the cultivator out here. This is gonna be a bigger job than I was anticipating today. These are delete as well. And it seemed like I was just having trouble with, the chainsaw. So I don't know how, these ones we probably could have got to go away, but yeah, we're being a little cheaty here. But we're pretending like we did all of this work in the winter and we just burnt the wood. That's what I'm going with. We kept it for firewood and we just burnt it. I'm gonna keep rolling through here, get all of these ones removed, get the cultivator over, get this field done, and then we'll do the liming. And we're just gonna kind of connect this, as good as we can. Gonna back out the camera a little bit so I can see it, and then just lock in right there and let it naturally drive into the spot. I think that's pretty good. Let's go ahead and lift now. And we could probably do a couple passes right here and then just go down the other way, the other direction. Just give us some room to turn around. This is one of my favorite things to do in the game is, extending fields. I love it. You guys probably noticed when I talk about it a lot more. Back here, and I'll do one more pass this direction, and then we will head up the field. But I do love these organic fields to look at. To farm on them, they get a little frustrating for me, to be completely honest. We'll loop around this way, that'll be easier. And let's go ahead and head back up the field. And we'll see how we're looking here. I think I might have missed a couple of the bushes that are trees, but we'll see when we get over there. This is a good amount we're adding to this field. And it's definitely good that we're doing it before we apply the lime. I imagine there's some reasons in real life why this area is not part of the field. And we have plenty of areas like that around me. So I do understand the design. It's such so much wasted space for extra money. I think I see the one I thought I missed right there. So we can hop out and delete that, but I'll probably do that when we need to. Let's go ahead and get this done so we can start applying lime. Oh my goodness, guys, we have a different implement we could have done this with. Ah, it would have been done already. It's at the dealership. Oh boy, and I feel like we were gonna finish with it too, because well, no, I don't think we have enough horsepower for that yet. Never mind. That thing's just waiting for us to have an upgraded tractor. We do have the Elmer 6 adjustable, I guess it's a weeder to begin with. That can be a cultivator, treat weeds, and mulcher. So yeah, we could have done that. The width is huge on that thing, but yeah, we're good. We're gonna finish up this right here. We should have everything behind me done already, and then we do have the larger opening where the first tree we cut down is to get finished, and then we will finally get some lime. And I'm noticing our fertilizer started to get low on the other field, so we'll take a peek over there momentarily on how progress is going getting our peas planted. I do feel like it's a good time to take a break here. You do see we have this small, strange shaped area left. And making decent progress, but we are going to need to get some fertilizer soon. Seed might be okay for this field. Nice to see. Planting on our new field already. But got to get this going, keep making progress so we can get all these fields prepped this spring. All right, we got this field all done. There's this other section I kind of want to take a look at too now, just while we're at it already. But I think we're going to leave that one be. Yeah, we're going to leave that be. I was thinking right in front of us going straight and getting rid of all those trees, but I think that's a little more than I was anticipating. Let's try to get this to update now. Oh, we do have mostly full fertilizer over here. It looks like our mini map is not going to ever update, which is unfortunate, but this map does update, so we're happy with that. Get the cultivator put away, and then we will start applying some lime, and we are 62 liters of fertilizer left on that first field, so we might need to take care of that before we get the liming session going. It looks like they are starting the headlands here, so once they run, actually, let's just snag them right now. We're gonna head on over and get a full load of fertilizer in this directly to the co-op. I think we should be able to go to that bulk station. This shouldn't be too wide in the back here. But my idea is to bring the spreader over when we need to buy a ton of fertilizer, fill that up, and then we can empty it back at the farmyard and start distributing some fertilizer pallets that way. Just an idea. It might be too wide, actually. So we might have to do that idea already. Yep. Ooh. But we could buy from here at least. Let's go ahead and do that. It's a lot closer. Well, it's about the same as the dealership, but let's go here. Solid fertilizer, 4,600. Is that the regular price? Consumables, no, not even close. We won't be doing that. Almost got duped. Some trickery there. There is the implement we were talking about earlier right there. There's the Elmers. Let's go ahead and we'll buy one for now. We're gonna need more, but we'll bring over the Kubota later with the trailer to pick things up. And then I did want to grab a little bit of seed while we're here as well. And we'll get that topped up, get them back to working, and then we'll finally get started on that liming session. That should be enough to finish that field, and by the time we're ready to start the next one, we can come back and get more. All right, let's go ahead. We'll get it back where it was, and we should be able to hand it back to them, jump right to the Kubota, and get it going with lime. This is looking great, though. Should be a good amount of peas here in a few months' time. And there they go. Got our lettuce starting to pile up again for next time we sell it. Things are tracking good. I think I want to possibly get some more productions going, but I don't know if we'll do that this year. We did talk about the drying of some crops, and that's what we're going to do with the soybeans. When we harvest them, we will start drying them. And I am tempted to actually keep the soybeans we have so that once we can purchase that, I mean, maybe we should, let's look at something. Dried soybeans. Oh, 68. Yeah, we're doing that. We will be doing that. We'll be holding on to those. Go ahead and get started with the headland here. And I have a feeling this is going to be similar to the amount of lime we used last session. We're going to set the cruise control to 15, though. I am going to take a little bit of advantage of speed override this time around, and we'll get a good feel of how large our new field is by just applying lime. Let's get her done. Well, we did get around the headland completely without running out of lime, which was refreshing. And I did configure it for 2, so we will do the next one, but we'll run out during that process and have to go get more. And I don't know if we'll do the whole song and dance we did last time, where we guessed the amount and kept you updated. We got a lot to get to in this episode still, so I think we'll do a jump cut right here. Well, I'm hoping we didn't go too aggressive with the land we bought, and we have enough money, because we are going to buy another one of these seeders. And I do want to modify this one to make sure they're compatible. And I'll show you what I mean. So if we come in here and go to modify, we do have attachers as standard. We want with side attachers, I believe, and that adds this here. Let's go ahead and get rid of it so you can see it go away. And man, it's muddy, so we might do a little bit of purchasing for that as well, but let's go ahead and customize that. And then we are going to go into our line of credits, and I think I'm going to withdraw 12,000 right now. Leaves us at 135 still. I think we're okay. 3,000 is going to be our payment today, though. Got to keep that in mind. So we are going to come in here, grab another one of these. We are going to change it to John Deere Green. There we go. Make the side attacher there as well, and should be good. But then there's one other item that looks like we do have enough money for. We're going to go with the dual wielding, and we want to make sure we get the 3-point hookup so we can carry that around with us. And work light, lighting, yeah, I don't really think I need that. Beacon, we don't need that. So we'll go ahead and go with this, and that'll be another just about 5 grand, 4,500. Okay, and I bought more fertilizer and seed to get us started here. Okay, so now we should just be able to confuse ourselves here. Okay, I believe everything, well, it's not configured exactly how we need it yet. We need to get back to the field, and then we can reconfigure it so that we have it. And you know, right now they would be just planting back to back. We don't really want that. We want to get it on the side, but this is the smart way to get it home is basically what I'm saying here. Running into a fence and a sign is the smart way to get it home. Let's get there. And we're going to the only field, well, and the one to our right that needs fertilizer. Let's double check that. Yeah, out here we do see weeds. We see no fertilizer. So we're going to have to do some spreading of fertilizer as well in April when we're planting soybeans there and here. So we'll have lots of soybeans and lots of peas. Let's go ahead and slow down here and see about getting this configured correctly. All right, that seems to be the right thing to do. And then we'll sneak over here, hook it up like that. And then I believe we need to unfold now. Unload. I don't see... Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Oh, ho, ho. There we go. All right, so now we got that out here. And it's not letting me use the help menu at all. So I don't know what's going on with that. So I think we're on our own with planting. I imagine we could use horseplay with this setup, but I don't know why it's not doing... Oh, there we go. Now I think we're good. So apparently we need to be selected on the tractor. And that was the big thing we were missing there. If we aren't selected on the tractor, then worker isn't, or the helper isn't going to work there. I don't know what to call that. The guided steering, I guess, would not configure without that selected. So this is cool. Oh, we still have the sprayer on the front. I guess we're planting like this. So we seem to be barely missing. But let's double check how we set this up here. Looks like 4 headlands, but we'll be able to kind of rig that a little bit. Let's go over here and make sure this is swung out all the way. All right. Yeah, I think we're good. And I think the last thing that we'll want to double check is that it is peas in both of them getting planted. Yeah, perfect. We are doing this correct. We'll see how the whole thing goes. I'm tempted to get a third one to make this even wider. Seems like a nice echo in the sound, though. Interesting. All right, let's see how this goes. Seems like a pretty good way to do it if you ask me. I haven't used this, like I said, in FS25 yet. Definitely had this set up at some point in 22. Did miss a little spot back there. We can get that if we're stressed about it. But those tiny areas, I don't know if we're going to be super concerned. Not bad. I think we will probably run out of fertilizer at some point. But this field seems pretty good. I think what we're going to do right now is I'm going to pause. We're going to hop over here, jump on the weeder, and we're going to get them weeding the field that we planted earlier. We do have the bigger one, but again, I don't know if I want to mess with that yet. We're on the wrong side, aren't we? Until we have enough horsepower in the tractor. But we bought that with such a good deal that we couldn't pass it up, so this will be fine, especially with the worker doing it. That attached, and we should be able to sneak by the greenhouse. We're gonna have to do some fishing later to secure enough money for our payments, but this is the one that we planted. Should have some peas in the ground. Let's go ahead and just hand that over, and they should get that. She should get it done for us. And let's get back over here, lock into place. Let's get focused. We'll finish this second headland here, start doing some ups and downs, and this field should be relatively quick. I'm going to set my speed override to about 15. Once we get to a good spot, I'll speed that up like so. Let's get her done. And we're making pretty good time here. We got 36% fertilizer left. I think it's going to be close, but it might be good. I did lift a little bit there, but I've been just leaving it down because it's too much to do. I don't know the button on controller to lift both at the same time. Probably should learn that. We'll get her done, though. We're getting... I mean, I don't know if we need a third one. This width feels pretty good. This field didn't take long at all. So it seems like it might be the right tool for the right job right now. A little bit more horsepower in the tractor would be nice, though. We switched to spinach at one point. Oh, no. How long ago was it? Okay, just those passes. All right, I think we might be able to fix that. Oh, I'm glad I noticed. Now, did we only fix one of those? Oh boy, Chris. All right, let's get to peas here. And then we'll switch to this one. Oh man. And we'll go peas here. And we should be good now. All right, now let's check to make sure. Yep, okay, so that's how we can replant, I believe. We're probably gonna end up running out of fertilizer. Oh man. Good thing we caught that now though. So we should just be able to turn around, count 1, 2, and go about right here. and lock in. And let's go ahead and open the map. All right, there's a little spot that we'll have to get. But yeah, we'll go ahead and get this, we'll get it done. And I'll see you guys in a little bit. It's gonna be close here. Just this half pass of putting some fertilizer and seed down, but we should be good. We'll get the weeder over here, and while the weeder is doing its job, I am gonna do some fishing to secure us enough money for hopefully the next 2 payments. Oh, so close. So close on fertilizer. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We did. All right, let's go ahead and stop there. Make sure we get these lifted. Got one, and the next one should be good. Take this into the farmyard and get it refilled and reconfigured for soybeans for tomorrow. Again, the proximity of these fields, pretty nice. We're just gonna cruise around here. We're not even gonna unfold, or we're not gonna fold. Just weave on over to our field, get the worker going, and then I'm gonna hop on over to the pond we just passed and get some fishing done. I want to get it up to around a little over $6,000. Find a good spot. I think right here is good. All right, see you guys in a little bit. All right, it's officially April, and I do have a confession. I don't know how long we've been going without making payments to a line of credit. I do have it fixed, but this month we didn't make the payment last month. So 116 months left, that seems right, and the balance is what it is. So we're gonna have to make sure we have enough cash for that by the end of the month, so we might be doing a little bit of lettuce selling today, just to make ends meet. It may be a little similar to Cattle Ranch, where we're selling lettuce a little early and not getting the max money out of it just to get by. And it's, you know, something we could use if we want to buy some goods as well. And we do need a little bit of seed and fertilizer today, so I think that means we might be doing that right away. So let's get this out of the way, but then we need to grab the trailer and a little bit of lettuce and get it sold, because we got to do the things. And I'm going to say 6,000 lettuce is going to be enough to get us by today. If not, we'll sell more later, but I don't want to overdo it because the prices, they'll be decent still in April, but not completely where they could be. So we'll get that sold, and then we'll go get some more seed and fertilizer. We'll probably do the big field first and go from there. I do want to finance with the line of credit one of the productions to start drying the soybeans. So we'll probably get that going so it could start drying prior to us planting. And we'll have to get the trailer over. That is still by the, what is a P field now. I believe that's field 20 and right in front of us. Try to get the, no, 20 is behind us. I'm trying to get these numbers memorized. Maybe it's 26. It's about to pop in. It's 6, just field 6. And it should be good. We can see that it is growing. And we left the tractor over there overnight. That is right. It finished doing weeding before I skipped time, so we're all good there. But this should help us avoid having to fish. I ended up getting about, I don't know, I spent a little bit of time fishing before I got interrupted. I think we were at about 3,500 when I slept. And then I discovered the line of credit wasn't working, so I kind of got a little distracted. 18,000, that should be a good runway for us. We're at $20,000 now. We're going to head to the store. Like I said, we're going to get some lettuce. We just sold lettuce. We're going to get some fertilizer and seed. And there's another pea field there that's going to be ready in July. I'll see you guys in a little bit. I don't know if we've seen a fuel station on this map. So we're going to have to solve that soon because we are getting low. It might be by the co-op, but we will check next time we're there and if we absolutely need to today. But let's go ahead and get these things purchased. I think we'll do, let's spend a little bit of cash here. Plenty of seed, and then we'll do 2 of these as well just to have them. And we still have 14,000, so that is good. I can't wait to use this big boy here. We need more horsepower though, so another tractor soon. Just taking our time though. Enjoying the ride. Looking good, all clean. What I've done is I brought the trailer over here so we can refill it a little bit closer to where we're working. And I've noticed there's like an invisible fence or something over here that we aren't seeing because we just ran into something there. All right, let's see if we can make this turn to get both of these filled up. All right, get some seed, and then we'll get some fertilizer in the front one. And then I'm probably going to have to back up a little bit to help out here. Oh, how's that going to work? Oh, that's rough. We'll turn around. I don't even know the logic to try to get that to back up correctly. I guess you just probably don't. But we'll cruise this way. Yeah, that'll work fine. All right, and I don't think we overbought there, so be interesting. Let's go ahead and get this all out the way it needs to be. We should be prepped to go here. Getting some soybeans down for the first time. Planting our own. Oh, did we need fertilizer? On some areas. Okay. I think we're just gonna no, we're gonna empty. But when we do the second application of fertilizer on one of the pea fields that we need to, we'll come over here and spread some fertilizer as well for the second application there. So we'll get that solved. But eventually we'll use that money. So we'll get that added back in. And then lock back into place. And we should be good to go. Let's double check now that the crop type is correct. Mistakes have been made. But we look solid. All right. It just changed the texture for whatever reason, which we will just deal with. A little sharp turn there. Nice. Planting this field for the first time, getting to know it. Have a feeling this one is going to be one that we're going to have to fill up seed and fertilizer. Or not fertilizer, because we're not doing fertilizer, but we'll have to fill up seed probably at least once, I'm imagining. But who knows? Seed does seem to go pretty far in these seeders, so we'll get it done. I'm a little under the weather, guys. I apologize. Well, a little bit of slope, but we do have a shed space now, and the next thing we're gonna have to do is get this populated. So I think we're gonna have to buy one of those augers, right? Let's look in the menu for that. I forget exactly what they're called. The belt system. And the one we're gonna probably have to go with, I don't know if this is gonna be, it might be tall enough for 14 grand. It doesn't look so. Let's look out. Yeah, this is a shorter one. We're gonna risk that. We're gonna give that a shot, and we'll get that over. Do I have? I do. We're gonna pay a little delivery fee on this one. Yeah, $3,000 there. Let's go ahead and see if we can get this thing. Remember how to do it. All right, so I go to that. Maybe controller is easier on this. Oh, much easier. Yeah, I think we're gonna get enough height here, which is what I was concerned with. Now let's go ahead and pull forward. And will we clear it though? Oh, maybe not. All right, this one's not gonna work. Let's get a refund here. We'll get a full refund. Well, how much was that? We got 12, 2, 3, 4. And that was, I'm just gonna give myself 2,000. All right, so let's look here now. So if that one's not gonna work, I mean, I guess we can go with the big boy and know this will work for multiples for 25,000. I think that's what we're gonna have to do there. This one, does this one work? Let's give this a shot. I don't know if I've used all of these. Like, this is something I definitely don't typically do. Let's get this one fired up. That seems to line up good. Guess we leave it fired up. Now let's grab this. We'll go get the soybeans and see if we can get this working. We are gonna have to get something for propane as well. So this is definitely an investment to start with, and the greenhouses are probably gonna move. Just wanted to start getting the farmyard started to get, just wanted to start getting the farmyard established. So the greenhouses, I potentially are gonna find a new home, but we will see. We missed a strip there. We're gonna adjust what we do on both the fields next time with both seeders. We're gonna adjust the width a little bit, make it a little smaller so there's somewhat of an overlap so we don't do that anymore. But both fields are done. We have soybeans in both of them. All the fertilization's taken care of for April. Did the rest of that off camera. And we should be good to go next episode to the pea harvest. But I wanted to get the soybean production going before we ended today's episode. I mean, these things have been sitting out here since harvest, so I'm sure they're somewhat dry already. I guess it's been rained on multiple times too since we didn't cover it. Yeah, not terrible. I did some, distressing there where it's showing where we're picking up all of the pallets of lettuce. Oh yeah, these trailers are gonna be a nightmare to back up, isn't it? All right, just to make sure this works, I'm going to manhandle this. Don't seem unload here. Tip grain door, tip side. So do these not work like I think they do? That looks like it goes into something else. Yeah, I don't think I'm using this right, guys. All right, let's go ahead. We're going to third attempt here. Okay, I'm not sure if it was me being ridiculous or not, but we are loading this now. And I think it's working. We did switch productions to the larger one. And we do have soybeans in here, so we are gonna need some propane. Let's see when we go down to soybeans. Well, it doesn't show that it needs propane. So we're interesting. Just the corn needs propane, so we can just activate this. Did it get all of it? It did get all of it. So we have this kind of hanging up there. I assume we can adjust this to get it out over here with the same belt. We might buy a secondary belt for that so we can just leave this like this. But I also will probably look into another one long term. So not 100% sure if the other one was even working or if it was me being silly. So we should start seeing some soybeans coming out here. It's just soybeans to soybeans? So this only dries Oh, what are we doing here, guys? What exactly are we doing here? After messing around with this, I figured out the problem. This is only for drying corn. This mod here is for drying everything. So we need $300,000. This is not happening today. And we're gonna go ahead and I'm probably, well, I'll try to fix the money as best I can. And yeah, I'm gonna try to do another save file. So it was silly. It was silly. We are not gonna be able to dry soybeans because we don't have enough money to buy that production. But we're gonna need somewhere to store the production. So I think what we're gonna do, instead of fixing the money, I think we are just gonna use, we're gonna use this. Well, we don't need to use a production for that because we're not gonna do corn anytime soon. So let's look at silos. And if we can find a bin here that's somewhat cheap, we'll use it, but if not, we're gonna fix the money. Ray County bin here. I think we'll go with this. 44,000's all it holds though. Let me try some things. All right, at some point we might do corn. What we're gonna do is we're gonna come in here and I'm gonna set my money down to a lower amount. We're gonna set it to about 2,500 and we're just gonna take some hits there. So we're gonna have to figure out a way to make the line of credit, because honestly I lost track, but 3,500 is our payment next month. So we are just going to store the soybeans. We might eventually dry corn, so I do want to go with this setup here. And you know, we'll probably, I don't know, we might switch to a regular silo. I'm not a big fan of the belt system and the bins, but there's one other thing I wanted to do. Oh, I got to fish. We got to fish. We need to get our dollar amount up to that payment, $3,550. So I think, where's my watering hole? Where's the hole at? Where's it at? Oh, here we go. I think we're in somewhat of trouble right now, but we're gonna get some money to get through the next few months. We might have to sell a little bit of lettuce. I'm hoping not. But next episode, we're definitely going to get to the pea harvest. We'll be able to make a ton of money on that in July. It's just getting through May and June financially before that harvest hits. So we're going to need about $7,000. We might sell some lettuce to make it easier on us. And that's probably what we'll end up doing, because that's going to be a lot of fishing. Unless we get a couple things of junk really fast. Not bad. A little flustered by that, guys. I do want to apologize for how slow videos are coming out. I am a little under the weather. I'm pretty much past it at this point, but half of this video was recorded while I was pretty sick. So if the energy level was a little low, that's why. But I think we are going to finish up right here. Wanted to get this out for you guys. Might be our last video before the holiday. We'll see how this weekend goes, if I'm able to get another one out to you before Thanksgiving. If not, I hope everyone has a great Thanksgiving, and if you're not in the U.S. and celebrate that, I hope you have a great weekend. I'm Socksway Up. I will catch you on the next episode. Welcome to July, year 2 of our oil challenge here. You can see we do have some soybeans growing to the left and to the right. We are heading out to one of our pea fields. We're going to start with field number 6. And then we're gonna head on over to the one back there where the turkey is. We're gonna get that harvested today. And I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna start transitioning to some of the products that are gonna lead to oil. So after we do this harvest, it is July. I believe in August, we'll be able to plant canola. Yes, in August, we'll be able to flip these fields and get canola in them. And then next year, around July, we'll be able to get some canola going and potentially some canola oil. We will see how we do that. I don't know if we'll do that with all the fields. We'll eventually transition to sunflowers as well, because we'll be doing sunflower oil as well. But that is the plan to get going. And today's plan, like I said, harvesting the peas to begin with. And we are doing decent with the line of credit right now. I can show you in a little bit what we did to... Is this ready to harvest? Yes, they're ready to harvest. I can show you how we got the money to get by, because we were a little bit low. And let's do that before we get started. So looking over here at the finance tab, I did end up doing a little bit of selling of lettuce at the end of April to make us about $19,000 that month, which is carried over into our Loan interest and miscellaneous payments here is what we see right there. And then right now we have about $6,800 in leasing costs from this harvester. So that's how we got to July. Didn't really worry about anything else. All the fields were prepped. There's a couple spots on a few fields that aren't at 100% fertilization. And there's a couple spots here that is spinach instead of peas, but we're just gonna deal with that and plant over it when the time comes. We'll let that wither away. But we'll have to get one of the tractors over here to run the cart and get the peas delivered and sold today. We know we can't keep them. So we're gonna make a ton of money in today's episode, hopefully pay off that line of credit once again, because I was getting a little nervous with how much our payment is getting. Payment is at $3,600, and we're not necessarily in a great place right now when it comes to making money every month. We make money in certain months, like July. We can make a ton of money doing peas, and then we also could sell the soybeans if I didn't wait too long on that. Yeah, soybeans are at their peak price right now, so it might be worth it to sell those to make a little bit of cash. And we might do that after we fill this up one time. But let's see if we can get around the headland. This is our first time doing this field with, you know, us completely taking care of it. We did do lime and I believe, you know, 100% fertilization over here. So no mulching or rolling to add to the yield bonus. And what does it actually show us right now? 97%. So we will take that. But let's keep cruising around. Let's see how far we can get on one hopper here of the combine. This is a good sized field. I mean, like, the title of last episode was we bought too much land. Now what? And we're gonna see. I was a little worried we extended ourselves too far. I wanted to be able to buy a harvester this year. We did lease it again. So that was the big adjustment I've made. But here you can see one of our accidental patches of spinach, which is just gonna kind of leave it there, right? I assume. Yep, that's all right. That's what we thought would happen. 50% full already. This is looking super promising for some finances today. Let's get her done. Oh, I'm super stoked. I'm super stoked that we're not even close to being around the headland. Oh, yeah. To be completely honest with you, I'm hoping that we can get close to $1 million line of credit, because we're going to need to start really escalating this. And I'm hoping it's year 3 where we really start to expand and get a lot bigger fields and a lot more money coming in. Because I think we can get this done before year 10 if we keep progressing wisely. And we've made a couple mistakes, like what we did with the soybeans and buying those productions, but I think we've sorted out the money pretty well. I don't think we cheated too much or took any money. We actually probably lost money in that whole process, because I put down about 4 productions and was refunding myself and all kinds of stuff in that process. And let's go ahead and get to a decent spot right here where we'll be able to pull up eventually. I believe we have this set up correctly. So let's go ahead and drive under it. It's not the best location, but we are going to be swapping this out after we get some money, I think. Nice. Okay, so we did that right. We're going to sell the soybeans, and then we'll go unload the peas. And I assume soybeans are going to be at the same place we keep going, to the co-op. Yeah, we will be selling it there at the grain co-op. Went ahead and shut the combine off just in case that does count towards the hour of leasing it. So just to be safe there, since we're spending a little bit of time driving back and forth. Thought I'd let you guys know that. But 19,122 liters of soybeans, and lots of soybeans are surrounding me right now. This is gonna be quite a financial year. All right, we've arrived. Let's go ahead and make some cash here. And I did find where fuel gets filled up as well. And it was edited out of last episode, but I can show you guys here in a second. $29,000, that's more than I was expecting. So we're at 32, so we're sitting pretty. But right there, the red barrels, that's where you get diesel. And we'll try to not damage any crops as we cruise around here, but the spinach is fine to damage. Maybe if we go a cab view for a second. Cruise around tiny. Yeah, we need a bigger header. I think, yeah, the harvester with a bigger header, I should have probably, I don't know, we're being smart though. We went with the cheapest possible lease on that. I'm excited to get our own equipment on that. That seems to be the only thing we're missing at this point, besides just improving the entire operation with other things that we need, you know, growing and getting bigger equipment. And we are back at trees. We're back at it, harvesting now. Should be able to clear the headland. The second time will be close, but, you know, we almost did get the headland, but my goodness, this is going to be quite the financial day. This field does feel a little bit bigger than the one in front of us, and the second field that we'll be harvesting today is bigger than the first field, so we should break even, if not make more than we did last year on peas, and then we have all the soybeans. So we've more, I'm hoping, more than doubled what we made last year, and one of these days, that's going to be something that we start taking a look at. We're going to start making sure we understand the finances year to year. That's kind of the next step in how I want to start managing these series, and debating building a mod to help with that. So we'll see. There should be a release of a release of the fixes. What I'm hoping are the final fixes for the line of credit mod. Should be live on itch now for you guys, and I'm hoping the week after Thanksgiving I'll be able to get the whiskey production on itch. And I want to do a video on the more farming sim channel to get that all out and distributed so people can understand how to modify it and change it. So we're going to do a little tutorial video on that. Look forward to that after the holiday. And with the headlands all done here, we are starting the ups and downs. It looks like we are going to have one pass, just a tiny section to our left that we'll have to get once we get up there. But going good so far. We already unloaded twice, and that means 16,000 times, what is that, like 3,600? So that's a decent amount of money already in the grain cart. Like, this is fun. This is probably my most fun playthrough of FS25 so far, guys. Loving the line of credit mod. And not to talk about it too much, but probably going to be doing a 100% rewrite with everything that I've learned over the last few months with developing that. Well, this should be the first time filling up completely, so we'll have to go sell now. And yeah, so the priorities are going to be a harvester, and then right after that is going to be an upgraded tractor. But I also think a silo, the one that we talked about, the production, I want to double check to see if I can fit all crop types in there, or if it is just things that get dried. Because if we can, well, do we care though if it's just soybeans that we're going to put in there anyways? So that's what we're kind of thinking. So 300,000 for that, plus the money we're going to need for a harvester. I'm hoping we can do more than the one we're working with right now, because I'd like to harvest a little quicker than we are. And once this gets topped, we're going to shut off the harvester to save time on it. We're at 0.3 hours already. I think we're going to hit over an hour, but I'm going to try to avoid it. So yeah, harvester, the silo, and then upgraded tractors is in that order, is what we're looking at, just to really improve our efficiency as we get these bigger fields and more time, because I really love the cadence and the speed we're moving through the years and the amount of episodes. And as we upgrade equipment, we should be able to keep that going. All right, first time making money today on peas. Look at that skyrocket. The dollar amount's going to keep going up today. We're already going to eclipse 100,000. Craziness, man. What a hidden crop type. Yeah, and we did, I don't know if I mentioned this in a video or just comments, but there are places in the US that harvest peas with combines like we're using. So that mod is legit. I don't know about the other crop type that the mod does, but I did look into the peas, and I actually had a couple commenters share or tell me what to look up, and you know, absolutely found that we are doing something completely legit. So it's not, I don't feel bad about it at all now. At first I was it felt a little cheesy, but once you realize that it is a real thing in real life, it's fine. And that's kind of the similar thing with the soybean. The soybeans being in the seeder is, I need to double check that. I just was told that by somebody. Oh, I thought I shut it off. Apparently I didn't, but that's okay. That you can actually use a seeder, and that's why it was in different games, or maybe it's specific seeders can do it type of a thing. Oh, I think I just shut the header off is what I did. Okay, anyways, back to the harvest. I did start doing, you know, lands, opening up the field a little bit so we can have the pipe towards the grain cart and not towards the unharvested crop as much as possible, since I am going to do probably this entire harvest myself. Really enjoying it right now, and that'll allow us to get to 100% in most cases without having to move where the combine is to unload. So let's keep going. We're already at 120,000. I think we need to get to around 300 to completely get out of debt today and see what we can get a new line of credit as with our new land and a couple more vehicles adding to that collateral. So I don't think it'll quite be 1 million, but it would be really nice if we could open up $1 million line of credit before the end of this second year. Field 6 area is 10.58 acres. So let's go ahead and run over here while that's unloading to field 19, because I now feel like 19's bigger. Land area, but I don't see, oh, 11.8. So it is just a little bit bigger. And then I don't know if this is gonna give us an updated number. It says 3.16 for 20. Look at that. That's cool. Just hidden in the woods here. Nice. And then over here, the last field we're checking, so 3.6, so we're seeing, I believe we do have more peas than we did last time. Just double checking though. If we come hover over here, yeah, so double here than we had in the, okay. Decent amount increased of peas, so we should make more than last time. That's what we were wanting to see. And we should be getting 97% on both fields, so yeah, should be a really good harvest. But we're into it. We're getting there. We almost have a second load to go sell, and you can see the progress we're making. I was getting done with this quicker than filling up the grain cart, so I was a little concerned that we weren't going to make as much money as we did last time, but it's going to be a little bit more based on what we just looked at. And we have all the soybeans, so I mean, we still have all the soybeans, so we're good. This should fill up the grain cart, I believe, or it's going to be close. Might be just short, but we'll see. We're at 0.6. I think we are going to hit 1 hour. That's okay. That's close enough for me to go sell. Let's go get another like 80 grand. Should be getting real close to 200,000 here if we don't cross over this time. Here we go. There we are, 203,000. All right, so another 100,000 is going to get us out of debt. And then everything else is, you know, profit. We definitely want to pay off the line of credits as soon as we can. Minimize the interest we're paying on those. And this harvest is taking a little bit longer than I expected, but not too bad. I think we will start getting auto drive set up for the soybean harvest. I think it is time to start tackling that on this playthrough as these harvests are getting bigger. Well, we're close. We're close to getting done with the first one, and then we'll get on to the next one. Be fun to get a different crop type in the ground today too with the canola. 287 horsepower. I am keeping my eyes on this Dutzfar. There was a case that was in here earlier, so gosh, I was hoping we would have something that we could target with the extra money. I don't think we'll get quite to 240,000, but I did say a tractor is third on the priority list. But if we can pay for it in cash and know that we have enough line of credit for buying the silo and buying a combine and wait until we need those things, I think it would make sense. And we might, yeah, I think we will sell those productions that we had over there because we don't need them, and the belt system. That was a mistake. I think I'm gonna blame that on being under the weather. We learned how this map works. Oh, we might have messed up. Let's turn here. We were gonna get stuck and damage some crops. We just got out of it in time. Okay, lesson learned. I can't believe that. That's crazy. The yield must be really good there. That was over 50% on one pass, which we weren't really getting. But maybe I just wasn't paying attention enough. Close call, though. I don't think I've ever cut through a field that direction. That's awesome. There's first for everything. While that's unloading, we are going to hop in here and sell the belt system. I am over that. Let's get our $29,000 back, and then we'll hop in the sky as well into construction mode. And swing on over here. and go ahead and get rid of this thing, get $23,000 back there, and this one we might have to rebuy, but that's okay. I'll take it. Extra cash all day long. All right, I believe all of this is gonna fit. We're at 0.9, so we are definitely gonna get that fee here. That's all right. The extra hour lease on the header and the harvester, but no stress there. We're gonna go sell this and see if we can get out of debt with just the first field. We need $309,930. I do like this, guys, and I know I harp on it a lot, but it's like we're establishing a good name with the bank, and we're gonna pay this off, and they're gonna be like, you're awesome. Like, we lent you $300,000, you paid it off in like 6 months, and we're gonna lend you more that you could use, and it's a win-win for both parties, in my opinion. They know they're going to get their money back from us. We're good for it. Oh, we're going to clear it big time. We're going to have plenty of money in the bank before even doing the next harvest. So let's go ahead and pay it off. Well, let's take a look first. Let's have some more fun here. So far, $283,756,000 from that harvest. We also made $24,000 selling buildings and $29,000 selling vehicles. All right, make a payment. We'll hit the little pay full button and we'll get that closed. And just out of curiosity, $483,000 is what we would be able to get right now. I feel like that's wrong, but that's okay. Those are some of the things I need to really just fix with that mod. I don't think collateral is being added correctly. That's what sandbox mode's for right now, though. All right, we'll get this closer to this field. I'm gonna run grain cart. Whoops. That field back there. I'm gonna run grain cart on this one and probably shut the recording off till the end and give you just an update, because that's a lot of pea harvesting. But we are heading in with 7,000 liters to finish off the harvest. We're at $171,000, so we're not quite gonna get to that $200,000 mark that I was kind of hoping for, but it's not too bad. Let's go ahead and just cruise up here and sell the last little bit. 195. I love it. I love it. Let's see what we did total today. We're gonna have finances here. $451,000 in harvest income. That is glorious. This is gonna stay right here for now. So a line of credit right now that we can get is $613,000. Just to have it, we'll go ahead and apply for that now. And that's just sitting there. We're not going to use that, but we are going to take the Kubota and we're going to sell this and purchase a different tractor. I don't think we need 3 yet, but I definitely want one that's going to be able to be a little more efficient when it comes to planting seeds. We will sneak in and we should be able to use that now that we're making this decision here. So let's go ahead and we will repair it. And then if we sell it now, we're gonna get $79,000. So that's a little more than I was expecting. So we could do a little thing here where we just close that and we apply, and now we can get 635, 74. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Cheating the system a little bit there. We're gonna go into large tractors and we are gonna grab this New Holland that comes with the Highland Fishing DLC expansion. And we're going to bump it up all the way to 359 horsepower. It doesn't look like a large tractor, and the price range, I can't pass that. I can't pass that. So this is our new tractor, a brand new one. 359 horsepower, and I think it's going to make us pretty happy. Let's get this T8050 New Holland home, and we will make it nighttime. And we'll make it August so we can start planting our canola. Boy, this thing zooms though. I was gonna do a JCB, but I decided that I saw the price on this and the horsepower we could get it up to, so I gotta use it, guys. Almost forgot to return these. Let's go ahead and get them returned. And now we will sleep. We did buy some fertilizer and seed, had it delivered, so we're all prepped for tomorrow. We have $135,000 in the bank. We have no payments besides just our regular property maintenance, and we're good. Let's get to August. And taking a look at the used market. Oh, that's not bad. A little more than we just spent. nothing really worth buying. All right, let's head on out and start getting some canola in the ground for the first time. So with that line of credit right now, we should have enough money to buy a combine and the silo. But there's no reason to use the line of credit to buy it yet since we can't use them. So when the time comes to do the soybean harvest, we'll buy the harvester and we'll buy the silo. That'll be next episode. All right, so let's go ahead and get our seeders lowered. There's that one. There's that one. And get in the field, and then we'll go ahead and get our guided steering set up. We will do 4 headlands. And really, we're just doing 2 headlands, but the map has it configured to 4. That's how it makes it easier for me instead of doing like the width and the offset. I think this is the best way to do it. Easily getting up to that 11 miles an hour. We like to do 15 when we're planting, so we should be able to get all the way up to 15 the whole time. And that is why I wanted more horsepower. Though it's going to prove me wrong, isn't it? There it goes. It's getting up to speed. So this should be much more enjoyable. Be able to get it done a lot quicker this way and keep progressing in this series like we're hoping to. Getting canola in the ground for the first time in the oil challenge should lead to some oil. Yeah, headland's done super fast. Only used 18% of the fertilizer, so we feel like we know we can do this whole field without filling up, since we did it before already. As long as we don't accidentally start planting the wrong crop type. And, you know, might as well double check that it is canola, and canola looking good. So yeah, this field definitely feels like it's going to take a lot less time than it did, being able to do this full speed override like we want to do. And just a tiny speck right there we'll have to come back and get. I think we'll do that last. Let's bust this out. I feel like we're doing a speed run now, but I'm enjoying it. This is so much fun planting this way. I am happy we have the horsepower we need, 18 miles an hour. And what I do, you know, and I say this a lot, but for people that are new, what the real speed limit mod does show you recommended speeds, and that typically is what the kilometers per hour is going to be. And I like to double down and say that, you know, that's what I'm going to use as my speed override calculation. So we get the extra boost there, where it recommends 17 according to when we open the menu, suggested working speed. So that's always what I target. So that's what I do personally. If you guys can do whatever you want, but I thought I'd share why I go that fast, and I just enjoy getting it done that quick and progressing. My favorite part is making money. So the quicker we can get to harvest, the happier I am. And I was going to have a worker do the other field, but this is going so quick this way that I think I am just going to do both fields with the New Holland, then go get the weeder, do both fields with the weeder, and just get it done. I know we're wasting fertilizer, but I don't trust myself not to change the crop type if I lift right now. So we're going to get close to getting that other field done. If I didn't waste, I think we would have been fine. But we are going to, once we finish this pass here, going to go straight over there. Definitely have enough seed. Fertilizer is going to be close. Seeding and water is not allowed? Oh, come on. And right into it. Just cruising. Cruising into the next field. Getting some more canola in the ground. All right, I did lift there, but we didn't switch the crop type. I did want to make sure we had enough because we're so close and we just have this little section to do. So let's go ahead and lock in and we'll switch back to those, get them lowered, and we should have enough fertilizer to finish both these fields. Beautiful. Let's get these couple specks here and then we'll get as much of this. You know, we're just going to cruise around here like a maniac. Get as much of this little area as we can until it runs out. But I think that's gonna do it right there. Let's go ahead and lift the other one and switch and lift. Let's go get the seeder, or the weeder. The weeder. And we're gonna double check that this is configured correctly. I know it's adjustable, but I chicken out. I just wanna, oops, just wanna make sure we have everything correct and don't accidentally mulch or till when we really want to do some weeding. Well, there we go. Looks like there are a couple specs that we missed. I'm not stressing about that stuff anymore, guys. I think we've done good enough already. But we should be able to cruise around. Oh, well, maybe this isn't going to get up to 20 miles an hour. Yeah, this New Holland's got it. It's just got to get to the right gear. Here we go. Maybe not. Maybe it'll be a struggle still. The hills are going to be a little bit of a struggle, but that's all right. The width is glorious. Okay, now I'm confused. Is it even wider? So this one we had was 12 meters, and this is... Did we not... Oh, so we could upgrade this when we get more horsepower. Okay, so this isn't as wide as it can get. We will make this wider when we get an even bigger tractor. And that's when it's going to be super glorious. So this is, about 3 meters wider than the other one. And gives me an idea. There is room to cruise around the outside of the... That's hilarious. There's kind of room to cruise around the outside of the field there to get over to the other one. We're going to get a worker going on weeding this field while we weed the bigger one. And it should be super efficient that way. Let's go ahead and just hand it on over. They got it, and we'll keep cruising with this one. And wrap up. Oh, come on, New Holland. And wrap up August here after doing a little bit of weeding. And getting these fields prepped for our first oil production that we'll be purchasing hopefully next summer. Doesn't really feel like 300 horsepower. It's struggling. So maybe we weren't ready for this weeder. Or maybe this weeder, this mod, isn't actually accurate with what it's reporting the required horsepower to be. I don't know. But it's fine. We're getting it done. We're still getting it done at a pretty decent pace. And getting both fields at the same time is always good. I did notice it's going from like 20th gear down to 13th gear. So I think it's just the terrain. I think it does have enough horsepower. It just keeps switching to... If I would switch to manual and do it myself, I think we could probably handle it a little better. I'd probably leave it in lower gears. Because it keeps, it keeps wanting to get up to 20. So you see we're up to 18. Going downhill, I don't understand why it's slowed down like that, but now up to 18. Gonna switch to 19th gear here in a second. Nope, gonna stay there. Make a fool out of me. Drop to 17 and then 16. You can just see it's just strange, in my opinion, how it's doing that. So it almost seems like something's misconfigured with this, but stuff I don't really pay attention to, I'm starting to pay attention to in this game like that. And I think the amount of gears that are in this tractor is what's really causing us not to be able to go at full speed the whole time. Climbing the hill, drops to 9 miles an hour because it's in 16th gear. Yeah, I don't know. But what's weird is as it goes downhill, it slows down more. So it's almost like speed overrides just, I don't know. Enough rambling. We did buy this with the right horsepower, right? I'm sorry to harp on this, but there's no way this is 359 horsepower. It seems strange, so we might not keep this tractor. We'll see. Be short-lived, but like going, yeah, there's inconsistency here. I want to understand why, and I think it is what I was talking about with the gears changing so often, but giving New Holland a bad name. And they finished the other field already, which is crazy. Boy, this feels like one of our episodes, doesn't it? All right, we are going to do the last... but we weren't even close to that. Oh, man, come on. Come on, Farming Simulator. Just cruising at 6 miles an hour now. And we are done with weeding. This will be the last video that you guys see before Thanksgiving. So happy Thanksgiving, everyone. And we will be back. We're going to have an awesome month of December to wrap up 2025. And we're gonna hit 100,000 in 2026. I'm putting it out in the world right now. We have 13 months to get about 24,000 subscribers. That's roughly, you know, just under 2,000 a month. It'll be close. Based on what we're tracking right now, we're not going to get there. But I have faith. I feel like 2026 is the year. We're going to have an awesome 2026. We're going to get back to a little bit more consistent schedule, taking a little bit of time here at the beginning of winter. I guess it's technically still fall, but it feels like winter where I live, of just kind of cruising a little bit, enjoying life, figuring out the schedule we want, and we're gonna really nail it in 2026, guys. We're gonna have a very consistent year, but I appreciate every single one of you, and I will catch you on the next episode.